I love getting that look right now. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. So right now we're going to start round number 2 of the Never Stop Learning contest. I'll be wrapping this recess door right now, and I'll be just wrapping it from start to finish, talking you through the process, and then if you have any questions, ask away. And then what's cool about this is you have a chance to win. So right now, if you guys see this is what we got up for grabs right now. So what I want you to do is go to the Wrap Institute YouTube channel right now, and just put in the comments of how long you think it's going to take me to wrap this. So you basically, I'm going to talk about the products and kind of the prep right now, and then when you guys, I'll give about 5 minutes to guess how long it takes me to wrap this. I'll be wrapping with an APA film, and this film that I'll be wrapping with right now, this APA is from Italy, and I'll talk to you about through the company right now, but this is their AP009-PV, right? So this is a cast film that I'll be wrapping with. I'm going to be taking the material right to the edge. I'll be forming the material into the recessed areas. We'll talk about that. And then for this one, just because of the flow, because this is off the car, I'm actually going to cut it flush to the edge. So I'm not going to wrap inside, so that'll factor in the time. So I'm not going to wrap inside here. I'm going to flush cut the entire outside, but I am going to form it in. Later in a demo, I'll be doing a demonstration for general formulations, and I'll show the cut and drop technique. That'll be for tomorrow. But for today, I'm forming it in. What's cool is we also have the owner of APA here, Manuel. So we got Manuel here, which is awesome. Manuel, family-owned company. You guys have been in Italy for, how long have you guys been making material?
It's close to 50 years.
50 years. And his grandfather's still involved in the business. And how old is your grandfather?
It's 89.
89.
And every day he's thinking about to get to 8 a.m.
It's awesome. So his grandfather, I met him last year, super cool guy. So family-owned company, they make color change film, digital print film, cast film, all sorts of stuff. So Manuel's going to be handing out gifts. So if you guys want swag bags, he's also going to be handing out t-shirts. So for those of you in the audience right now, if you want an APA shirt, if you guys want to come in and learn how to wrap a recess door, feel free to come on in and learn it up. So the idea right now is you get free swag from APA, and APA, or so if you're in America, you say APA. If you're in Europe, you say APA, right? So you have to say APA. I prefer APA, right? And you have to put your fingers together like this, and you have to say APA, right? So we're cool, right? So we have that set up. So I'll be walking you through the process again. Go to the Wrap Institute YouTube channel. Right now, we're streaming live. Tim Evans is setting up. We're working with a Wrapper Mapper. You have to put your guests in, and I'll be going live in about 2 minutes. So before we go live, I'm going to walk you through the process of prepping it. So right now, what we did earlier is we cleaned and we clay barred this. We got it ready. And what I like to do personally is I always like to go over the outside edges one more time to make sure they're fully set. It only takes a while. And especially because I'm doing a deep recessed area right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my finger inside here, and I'm going to go in the recessed area here to make sure it's degreased. And then what I do is I do it one more time. Because if this area is degreased, it means that it really holds for the long term. But if it's not degreased, it might lift. So it only takes a few seconds to do. And I'm actually going to do it here as well. So I come down here, get this degreased and set up. So we're good. And I just give a little love right there. Then I can do this recessed area here. So you can see that this only takes a few seconds to do. But for me, it's worth doing if it only takes a few seconds. What I also like to do now, depending on the tack level of the film, is I like to put what's called triple S on the surface. So right now I'm going to put a little squirt of triple S on the towel. And what I'm doing now is I don't need to do this because the APA film has a very low initial tack. But what this is doing is making the material on the flat section here not stick so much, especially when I add heat. That's going to be critical when I form the film into the recessed areas here. So what I'm doing is I'm lowering the surface energy so it's a little slick here, but it's very high here. Does that make sense? So that's my prep. What I also did is I have a lovely assistant, Austin, right? And Austin set me up with my heat gun here. I got it close. I've never worn a jumpsuit when I've wrapped before. It's pretty weird. So in this jumpsuit, I don't have my tool belt, I don't have anything, so I have my tool cart close by. I got magnets ready to rock and roll. The workspace temperature is good. I got the material here, which is around 4 mil thick. And with that, I'm ready to go, right? So Austin has the clock. Again, I hope you guys got your guesses in on YouTube right now. Make sure you put it in the comments for those watching live. This is your chance, because once we start the clock, guesses are off, right? We're ready to rock and roll. Austin, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So everything's prepped. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take magnets right now, And I'm going to take the APA film, plop it on top, and I'm just going to hold it in position here on the high side, here, and here. And what I'm doing is I'm double checking to make sure that it doesn't drift. So sometimes I like to use 4 magnets. You can see kind of that triple S is kind of making it slide, but a good tip for y'all right now, and this is maybe for a bigger project, what we teach on the RAP Institute, is you see that white border right there. I leave that white border in when they print. The reason why I like that white border is right now, if I take it down here from this edge here to this edge here, if I measure that, let's say it's 3 inches here and 3 inches here, and that side of the door is straight, what does that mean? Boom, very easily I make the panel straight. Why that works for me right now is it saves production time for trimming. As an installer, this is my tool. So a lot of the times I don't use a tape measure at all, I just kind of eyeball it, looks pretty good, wrap and roll. That saves time. So once I have that set up, let's say I feel pretty good about that, I'm taking the magnets down here to hold it. Or then I have my lovely assistant saying I should bring it down. So this is why it's nice to have a second set of eyes. So we're good. Austin, how's that looking? Good? So I double checked it here. We're good, I think, for today, for this demo. I'm actually going to tilt it just a little bit. Double check down there. That's good. So once I have this set now, I'm going to peel the liner. For those of you watching right now, Manuel is going to be handing out t-shirts and swag bags, so definitely take advantage of that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to release the liner. And you can see that this material has a white adhesive. And the idea is right now, I'm now holding the liner on the recess door so the material doesn't kind of come with me. The goal is to release it low and flat, and then I'm going to reach in and I'm going to grab my knife that's over here, or I had my bodyguard there. Can you hand me the bodyguard knife? So the temptation was to use my knife, but right now I want to do this. So what I always do is I always do a half circle cut on the backing paper, and if I do a half circle cut on the backing paper, I always fold it like this, which is going to make it easier to grab the panel when I release it. So then I come up to here, I tack it to here, and you can see my knee is even holding it on the surface. And then what I can do now is I can squeegee across and lock it onto here. So this right now is I'm locking it in place, which means I can take my magnets off, place them here. I don't need my bodyguard anymore. And now this is what I do is I'm going to release the liner, and I release the liner right to where the recessed area ends. So watch what I do. I'm going to take the material, and you can see that low initial tack, which is really nice. I take my hand, I put it in the middle to make sure it stays straight. I squeegee to the side, but then I make sure that this material right now is kind of locking on the outside of the frame. I can pick this up and kind of shift that tension out. And basically what I'm trying to do is just kind of lock the material around the recessed area to here, and I double check it to here. Now, once this demonstration is done, I want you guys to come feel this material. I've never felt a lamination like this. This is like super, super silky. So it has a nice touch, and it has that matte finish. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to squeegee in the middle. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to bring the material about 10 inches away from the recessed area here. And matte film is always kind of funky to work with right now, but I don't want to bring the material too close. I want to just bring it close enough. So I come down here, I feather the material out to here, and I lock it into here. Double check that we're good. The recessed area is right to here. And the one thing that I used to do back in the day when I first started is I would wrap the whole door. And then I would leave the recessed area to last. And the reason why I did that right now is because I was scared of the recessed area. But the problem is, by doing the recessed area last, if I happen to get a wrinkle and I finished everything else, I couldn't pick the panel back up. So what I like to do is leave the liner on the bottom half for now. If I happen to like get a wrinkle here, I can pick it back up as a safety, right? So it makes sense. And this is Manuel, the owner, right? And if you got free swag bags, you got it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to get the heat gun going, and what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to heat the area where the recessed area is. And the reason why I'm doing this right now is what this is doing is relaxing the film. I always like to relax the film right where the recessed area is. So I go super slow, the heat gun's on the highest setting. So I just go super, super slow from side to side. The recessed area ends right here. And so I'm just going right to there. And by doing that, what I've done is I've relaxed the film. I used to not do that, but now I like to relax it before I take it in, if that makes sense. Now what I do is I'm going to heat here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat the film. If you notice, the recessed area is right here, but I'm heating the recessed area. So I really kind of do circular movements to make the material nice and relaxed. And then once it's done, I'm going to take my finger now and I'm going to push it into the recessed area. So it goes in nice and deep. And then what I like to do is I like to come back in with my heat gun to activate the adhesive. So if you can see the flow. So once that's done, then I come back and take my squeegee, and because the technology on this film means that the material doesn't stick right away, now I squeegee the flat. Does that make sense? So now I can take the air out to here, and it slides right out, nice and easy. And I pick this up, and you can see why, again, I leave the material to the end, so I can pick it up. Once it comes off to here, I can just heat it again. The material goes in, and smooth. So now this section's done, and I'm just going to repeat the same steps. So I circle from here. And when you install this type of material on a recess door, you want to make sure you use cast. Now APA sells calendar and cast film. Cast film costs a little more, but the benefit of this material right now is that it really relaxes into the recessed area. You can see how it flows. And I like to go from one little section to the other. I'm going to give it some heat, and then I'm just going to squeegee the flat. Now the reason why the material is not bubbling right now, or I'm not getting bubbles, is because of the technology of the adhesive that APA puts in. This technology right now allows the air to escape, so now I don't have any bubbles there. Pretty cool, right? Does it make sense? So once everything's set there, I'll just do it again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to circle the heat, make it nice and warm. And do you guys understand why I'm heating away from the recessed area? Because by heating the film here, the recessed area is here. By heating the material above it right now, when I go to stretch the material, where the stretch comes from is where? The flat area. Does it make sense? So for the flat area, when I squeegee here, do you see how the material's going into the recessed area? So I'm using this great glove from Yellow Tools. But now I come back in and activate the adhesive. And so when I stretch the film, I do put tension in it, right? But where that tension is coming from is here. So if there's tension here, because it's nice, wide, and flat right now, that allows the material to stretch on the area that's safe, and I try to keep the tension in the recessed area as minimal as possible. So once that's set now, I double check to here, and I got one last recessed area here, so what do? I give it a little love. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to form it in, and notice my right hand is kind of pulling low and flat so it doesn't wrinkle on itself, and we're good to go. So before I go into the next stage, just to be safe that that adhesive is activated, look at my finger. My finger is going behind the heat source to make sure I'm putting pressure and heat there. And now that that's good, I double check to here. Feels yummy, and then I go on. Does it make sense? Cool. So once this is set now I can finish down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release the liner, pick it up to here, and you can see how easily it picks off the surface. And now I'm just going to squeegee back and forth. So as I squeegee here now, I got a raised object right there. So I make sure I take the material and I squeegee past it. So I'm going to squeegee nice and light. Once I've gotten past that little recessed area, I can cruise back to here. Now keep in mind the prize package here is around $1,500. You're going to get a whole kit of this. You're going to get a membership on the Wrap Institute, which is awesome. You're going to get monkey strips and so on and so forth. So once I'm going here now, what I know is coming up is this. I'm going to take the whole liner off. I'm going to hand it to my lovely assistant. And I got this bad boy or bad girl coming up. All right? So this is where it can go really south if you try to wrap this in one piece. But I'm going to show you how to do it. One way is this. So I get a mental picture of this area here. Can you guys see that coming up? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure the material goes in here, nice and smooth. And I'm going to take the material to here. Then as I go to here, I'm going to squeegee it down, just going back and forth. And you always want to make sure you get a good buffer. In this case, I like to use a monkey strip because it gives me a little better feel for the film. Banana buffers are also really good, so you always want to have a good buffer so it slides and glides. So you can see I'm taking the material and see how it's kind of bunching up here a little bit. So I want to pick the material up and kind of spread that tension in the opposite direction now, so I can kind of go into this recessed area nice and even. So you can always kind of redirect the tension where you want it to go. So now here I got this section here, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to feed it into this recessed area here, because I don't want to bridge it. I don't want to force it into here, but now check out that. A lot of tension right now because the material is kind of coming up to here. So watch what I do. I'm going to take the material, and do you see how I'm holding the material? This is what I call a pyramid. So can you guys see the inverted wrinkle right now? So I'm pulling straight. So by pulling straight right now, I make sure the heat gun's hot. And what I'm going to do now is kind of the same thing as I did on the recessed areas there above. Is I'm heating the material, and watch what I do. I'm just going to go back and forth, and I can feel the material starting to relax. So this material is a PVC material. What this means is when you stretch this material, it likes to shrink. So this material actually got stretched in the manufacturing process. So this is what we call at the Rapid Suit zero stretch. Because if I do that, and that took time, all that tension now is gone. Do you guys understand what I just did? So now I squeegee it to here, and then watch what I do here. Here, if I squeegee here and here, I get a wrinkle. But if I do the heat right now, watch what I do. I just go back and forth, and notice where my left hand is pulling. My left hand is pulling to the corner, and I can literally feel the material shrinking out of my hand. And then I take it down to here, and I just let it sit. And now I just squeegee here, and I don't have to work hard because it just fits right there perfectly. Same thing here. If you guys can see, and I know it's a matte finish, but if I squeegee here and squeegee here, I get that, right? Because if I'm wrapping a 3D object and the material naturally bunches up here. So if I know the tension is going to be there, watch what I do. I pick the material back up and I pull to where the tension was going to go. But what I'm doing now is by heating here, watch what happens. By heating here, the material shrinks. And this is what, if you're not on the Rapid Suit right now, I feel like the Rapid Suit is the most cutting edge platform in teaching you how to wrap super easy without having a lot of stress. Because right now we built our whole platform on how to minimize stress. Now if I squeegee here and I squeegee here, no tension. Do you guys understand? It's beautiful, right? So once I frame this area here and I'm not working very hard, I'm going to take my finger, I'm going to run it up to here. I'm going to make sure the material's nice and relaxed. And keep in mind that this material was printed on a Muto, right? Because I'm going to take the material here, and if I take the material and I stretch it all the way inside here, I think it will fail. So watch what I do. This is where on the Rapid Suit is what we call wrapping in sections. So right now, I know that right to this top ridge, right now, can you guys hear the tension? Okay, we're not playing drum, we're wrapping a car. So right now, I know that if this was a real live job, right here is what? Molding. So watch what I do. This is where the molding comes to. So what I'm going to do is right here, across, and again, keep in mind this is APA's film. It's a cast film made in Italy, is I make what's called a relief cut. So right now, the molding comes to there. So by doing that cut now, watch what I can do. So right now, by doing that, watch, I can take the material and I do this. I can relax the material to here. And then what I can do is I can pick the material up and I can squeegee it this way. And I'm taking the material into the recessed area right to here. So I'm kind of feeding that material into here. And then once I feed it into there, look how easy it is to do that. Does that make sense? Taking that tension out, so now this has no tension. If I get bubbles, I can just press it away. And behind me right now is Manuel. He's the owner of APA, or APA if you're in America. And he's going to give out free t-shirts and swag. So what I'm doing here again is I'm squeegeeing into this area here. I'm taking the material and I'm feeding it into that recessed area. And if I feed that recessed area right now, what I can do now is then when I take it into here, there's no tension because I fed it. So once I take it to here, actually as I push it in, I feel a little bit of tension. So I'm going to chillax it. And once it's chillaxed, I can just take it inside here, into here, and then we're good. And then I would finish it up in the inside. You guys understand? So this will be a negative space, but I eliminated a lot of tension. Does that make sense? Okay. So you can see the power of zero stretch and working with APA film as opposed to fighting it. So once that area is done, now we're moving into install. What time are we at, Austin? All right. So now I'm going to move into finishing. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm setting up the edges. For those of you who are here at the beginning of my demo right now, what did I do when I cleaned? I focus on the edges. So what I'm doing right now is I'm focusing on the edges, because right now I'm taking the heat gun, and what the heat gun is doing is taking out any tension in the film. So the heat gun leads, and you see how the material kind of shrinks. So the reason why I like to shrink the material before I cut is relax the material before I cut. That means I can cut flush to the edge. What I used to do back in the day, before the Wrap Institute and before I learned how to wrap, is I used to cut. Then what I would do is I would take the material and then I would add heat if there was tension. The problem is, if you cut with tension still in the film, what can happen right now is the film will fail. But if I shrink the film before I cut, and again I got one little bubble right to here, if I shrink the film before I cut, that enables me to cut flush to the edge. Does that make sense? And then if I cut flush to the edge and I've already shrank the film, there's no chance of the film shrinking because I already shrank it. Does it make sense? That gives me speed, which is pretty cool. So once the material's here and I've already set it up, now what I want to do is I want to click the blade, and I come over to my cart and click it, and I want you to appreciate, I don't know where that went. What I want you to appreciate is that A, I'm wrapping in a jumpsuit, right? Number one. And number two is when I heated, I did a 360. So I got everything relaxed, good to go. I clicked my blade so it's extra sharp. And right now, the first place I'm going to focus on is the corner. Now for any one of you who have questions about APA film, right now, Manuel is here, but you can also go to APA's website, and they sell material in America and also worldwide. In Europe, they're very popular in Italy, which is where they're from. But again, a family-owned company. We're doing more demonstrations. They're a platinum sponsor of this year's Never Stop Learning contest. And I'll be doing demonstrations with their color change film, which is amazing. And so you'll see a lot of different products from them. So notice what I did right now is I cut in a very comfortable body position, top to bottom. And instead of throwing my scraps on the floor, I always like to put it on the cart. Then I come back over here. I always like to cut the corner first. I come back to here, and I'm trying to get that nice smooth flow. Not to necessarily, feel, cool, is if I get a nice good flow and I keep my workspace clean, then what that means is my install times are very low. So I come down here, I always cut the corner first. Then I come back here and I finish here. Notice again that I'm cutting the material flush to the bottom edge. So I pull the material away, I trim it to there, that's good. Come back to here, and then I finish it off to here. Now this, as I said, I'm going to do a flush clean cut. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that the material is 100% uniform here. And sometimes I use knifeless tape, and a lot of times this is actually bridging the gap. For those of you watching right now, this is pretty cool. When I wrap, I go 4 or 5 blades per car. That means that if I have a single cartridge knife, I have to pull my knife apart and do this stuff. And I don't know, maybe I'm OCD or way too hyperactive. I don't like to stop, right? So with this knife, I do this, and I do that. So I have a new blade. So this holds 5 blades, pretty cool. For those of you watching right now, and thank you for taking the time to do this, sign in for the Demo Depot. That's part of the Wrap Institute. We have a whole learning area over there. It's free. You can be in there for an hour and you get a free knife. Cool. So if you want this knife, simply sign up and you're good to go, and you get a t-shirt. Manuel, do you want to start this shit out? It's cool. I mean, stuff out. Sorry. Okay. So now I click my blade so it's extra sharp. And I want you guys to appreciate my left hand. What my left hand is doing is pulling away. And the reason why my left hand is pulling away is it keeps the tension on the film nice and uniform. Because now I had too much film, I cut it to here, place it to here, and I come back to this side. So I don't want too much material. I get it to here, and then I'm going to come down. I'm going to slow down on this section here. I slow down on this section here. And normally I would like to wrap around this area, but oftentimes in the Wrap Institute, we like to talk about wrapping for certain applications. So this particular application is going to be very short term. So sometimes for short term applications, I do like to cut it flush to the edge and not wrap too much because it saves time. For example, how I learned to wrap is I wrapped in New York City and I wrapped a lot of hip hop. And those wraps were only on for a month. So to be honest with you, I cut everything super flush right to the edge. And why the customer was fine with that is only on for a month. They didn't care. As long as Beyonce was there, who cares, right? So those are the things you have to find your margin. I do a program with a company called Autofilm Mastery. We just launched the Diamond tier, which is really awesome. And the diamond here, when I did my presentation, I talked about perfection. What is perfect? And so for commercial wraps, is wrapping perfect wrapping around every edge? Not in my opinion, because wrapping perfect right now is making sure everything is fully sealed, making sure it's straight, making sure the client's happy, and we're good to go. So notice, like I did, just like how I cleaned, what did I do? I did another 360 to make sure it's fully sealed, right? So does that mean I'm done? Not quite, almost. So for those of you guessing right now, if you feel like you're close to the time, sorry, I have to finish one more thing. Austin, do you have masking tape? Or masking tape, masking tape, masking tape? Look at that. So we got masking tape here, all right? On the wrap and suit, we have these professional stickers, right? But in this case right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put masking tape here for now, because I don't have those stickers. And I think that's all I need. So what I'm doing now is I'm gonna, because we're professional, this job is for APA. At the Wrap and Suit, we don't think there's any one film that's better than the other. All films are the same because they're different. And as long as you appreciate the differences, you're good. So that's like life and people too, right? So we're good. But the idea right now is APA is a cast film, and this film needs to be post-heated to a certain temperature. What post-heating means is you have to go around that area with an IR thermometer and post-heat it to a set temperature that's determined by APA. So in this case, their post-heating temperature is 100 Celsius or around maybe 200 degrees. So what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put pH, and I'm going to do 100 Celsius because APA is Italian. So I do pH 100C, and I do pH 100C. So the reason I don't post-heat now is you want the adhesive to give it time to settle by about 30 minutes, which I don't want you guys to wait for 30 minutes while I do this. So that's why I put a sticker here, which means I can wrap this door and then set the clock, and then I come back here, and then I'm going to post-heat that later. If I don't put this sticker here, what's my chance of forgetting that? Pretty high. But if I put that sticker there, what's my chance of forgetting that? Really low, unless I'm really high. I'm just joking. Okay, but my point is, you get the point. So my point is right now, this is what we teach on the Wrap Institute, is being professional, and that's how I finish an APA panel. So this has been wrapping with APA. I think we're good. Austin, time?
Am I stopping it now?
Oh, please. 22 minutes and 24 seconds while talking, right? But this is showcasing APA's film. So if you guys went on the Wrap Institute YouTube channel and put your guests in, we will contact you with a prize. If you're in the audience, obviously, maybe I can give us some of the swag now. All right, so hopefully find that out. But this is the APA demo on their printing wrapping film, their cast film. They're a platinum sponsor of the Never Stop Learning contest. So I hope you guys appreciated this demo and hope you learned a lot. Yes. Yes. So actually, if you guys want to come and feel the love, okay, Manuel, I don't know. Can you explain to them a little bit about the lamination?
Yes. I take like this.
Yeah.
It's a matte lamination, three kinds of lamination, gloss, matte, and satin. In this case, this lamination is the ultra matte lamination. Yes.
So the ultra matte almost has like a silk feel. That's why I said earlier, like I played with it and I touched it and I was like, hello, how are you today? You know what I'm saying? It's just a really nice film. So ultra mattes are really good. And then in terms of aftercare, just because it is a matte finish, that means it's very soft. I would recommend putting a ceramic coating on it. The recommended set of ceramic coating we like is from Diamond Protec. And what that does is it keeps it from being absorbing of oil and stuff like that, and that'll help keep that matte finish. That's a very good question. Yeah?
Do you think for this, that part is necessary sometimes to use the primer or not necessary?
Yeah, so the question is, there's a product out there called primer or adhesive promoter. I never use it, to be honest with you. I clean really good. Before, what I used to do when I wrapped is I used to bridge the material to here. I used to heat here and push it in here. But now if you notice what I did is I relaxed it first, then I heated here and let the stretch come from here. If you do that, you don't need an adhesive promoter. Plus you post heat. But keep that in mind later, I'll show cut and drop, which is my favorite, which I prefer, right? But very good question. Anything else about this? Anything else you want to say about this?
I think you explained everything perfectly.
Okay. So if you guys want to get free hands-on training, sign up for the Demo Depot. You can go in and play on this recess store. You get a free shirt, you get a free knife, you get tools and everything. So if you have questions about APA film, talk to Manuel. And then our next demonstration is at what time? Actually, I have it right here. So that was demo number 2 of the Never Stop Learning contest. And now at 12:15 is a really good one. So we're going to rearrange this car. And then at 12:15, I'm going to be wrapping the side of this Mach-E. That's a cool Mach-E. We're going to be wrapping in Orful's new 3751. We just made the product video for that. I'll be wrapping with Crystal and Gimas. We'll be wrapping the whole side of the car with their film. So if you want to see how to wrap the side of a sedan with full print film, show back up at 12:15. And right now, what time is it? 11:34. So I hope to see you guys back at 12:15, and I hope to see you guys in the demo depot. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Ciao.
While I got you, are we supposed to pick the one that's closest
Yes.
to time? Okay. So I know now for the next one. So we had this guy guess in 2 minutes.
It's really amazing.
Come back there, look like fabric.
I know. It's really amazing. Just the feel is just. That's the first time I've wrapped with it too.
Well, here's your phone back while you're
Thank you,
not
sir.
doing it.
How are you?
I gotta get a picture with you.
Oh, please.
And then do you need me to strip these afterwards and run it back?
Yes,
over
sir.
there?
That'd be awesome.
Give it like 10 minutes or so. Look at it and then run it back.
Sure. Check, check, talk, talk. You're good? Okay. We are live. So where is Crystal? Crystal? Where's Crystal? You ready to go, girl?
And then, you want to put a second mic on Crystal or Austin or Jameis?
No.
Okay. No, it says.
You guys are good? Crystal, you good?
Since you're not live,
I'm ready.
the door handle, am I stealing that from the depot as well for that demo?
Just, yeah.
I'll be
Over
dragging
there.
that over here.
Yep, there's a whole booth right over there. They'll get you guys signed in and get you in the depot. Yep,
You good? You guys are good? All right, Tim, we're good? Okay. Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Awesome. I can hear me. All right. Welcome to round number 3 of the Never Stop Learning contest at the ISA Sign Expo. My name is Justin Pate, and I'm the owner of the Rap Institute. And the Never Stop Learning contest and the Demo Depot are a part of our company, and we're the world's largest online training platform. So we try to teach people how to rap in a very professional way, so you have a lot of time in your life, and you also have a lot of money in your pocket, which is a very good combination. Rapping's the funnest job in the world, and if you do it right, it just feels like you're getting paid to do your hobby. So I'll be working in this demonstration, I'll be working with Jameis, and I'll be working with Crystal, 2 amazing installers, and so you're gonna learn a lot, and we're gonna be rapping with Oriful. Oriful is the sponsor of this round. Oriful is a company based in Germany, but they also have manufacturing here in the United States. What we'll be doing in this round is we are going to be rapping the side of this Mach-E with a full print wrap, so commercial style. Now for those of you watching in person, but also those watching online, what I would like you to do is go to the Rap Institute YouTube channel. So go to YouTube, go to the Rap Institute, because if you guess how long it takes us to wrap the side of this car, you win this prize. And this is an amazing prize. This prize is valued at $1,474, and what you get is a free wrap training. And the wrap training is a 2-day training, and you get to learn how to commercial style or color change. And your trainer is, what the hell? It's cool, right? So your trainer is Crystal, and there's also other trainers. Kevin?
Kevin and Marcus.
Yep, so great trainers, so they get to learn a lot. So you get free training, plus you get a 1-year platinum membership on the Rap Institute. So we have over 4,500 videos. You get $100 of monkey strips and banana buffers, which is pretty cool. And then what you also get is a special $100 gift pack from Yellow Tools. So $1,474, and all you have to do is go to YouTube and in the comments, guess how long it's going to take us to wrap the side of this car. I'll be helping Crystal and Jameis, I hope. Not getting your way, right? So the idea is, again, think about how long it's going to take us to wrap it. So when you do your guessing right now, keep in mind that we are only going to wrap to the top of the wheel well here, because this is a fender flare. And because it's commercial style and we put the color of the car in the print, you don't have to wrap the whole car. We're not going to wrap the mirror. We're not going to wrap the fender flares. We're just going to wrap the main body, and that's the beauty of commercial wrap. If you wrap smart, put the color of the car in the wrap, you don't have to wrap everything, which saves a lot of what? Time. And it still looks good. That's a beautiful thing, right? So think about it. We're only wrapping to here. We're wrapping to here. We're right to here. We're going to cut with the hatchback, open it up, clean and mean. We're going to be cutting with the doors closed. We're going to be cutting on what we call the empty side. So very clean and mean. So think about how long do you think it's going to take Crystal, myself, and Jameis to wrap this. So right now you have about 2 more minutes to guess. I don't see a lot of you going on your phone right now to the YouTube channel on Rap Institute. This is the price. You get $1,474. If you do it now in the next 2 minutes and guess how long it's going to take us to wrap it, you win this prize. If you don't put it in the comments in the next 2 minutes, you don't win this prize. So it's totally up to you. I personally would do it because it's a cool prize. So while we're prepping this right now, so keep in mind this material that Jameis is holding right now. This is a new film that Oriful is reintroducing to the marketplace. So this is a cast film, and it's called 3751, and it comes with RA and Pro Slide, right? So Crystal, does that mean it's hard to wrap or easy? Is it hard to wrap or easy? Easy. So this material is not going to tack. It's only going to tack when we want it to tack, which is pretty sweet. So this is a film that's not super expensive. It's very well priced, and it performs really, really well. So that's the idea. So just to talk you through the prep, and again, just trying to give you guys more time to go to the Wrap and Suit YouTube channel right now. What we have on top right now is we have magnets, because we're going to get it in place. We got the heat guns on both sides, so we can flow and go. It's climate controlled, so it's a very good temperature inside here. And we got everything set up, and we also got, it's pretty crazy, we have a printed layout. It's amazing, isn't it? Okay, so now we know what we're going to put on.
Yeah,
So keep in mind, this is a close approximation. This is a 2D print, and we're wrapping a 3D car. So we're going to try to get it as close to this as possible, but you never get it exact, and that's okay. That's going into it. So that's the idea. We got everything set up. I'm not quite sure why this opened up. Oh, I think if you just go past it, it opens. So be careful. Maybe?
No, you have to push it, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We'll find.
I don't drive electric cars.
We might find out during the install. That's always fine. All right. So that's the idea. So right now, you have about 10 more seconds to go to the Wrap and Suit YouTube channel. Put in your guess. I don't know how.
I guess 5.5 minutes.
5.5 minutes. Crystal is ambitious. She just drank a coffee, I'm guessing, right? So the idea right now is I'm going to put this here. So as a reference, if you want to take a look at it. So we got the material layout there. We got the heat guns here. Magnets are ready to rock and roll. Austin, are you ready with the timer? Austin's our magic timer right now. We have Tim Evans streaming right now. We got Marcos here. Marcos is going to be interviewing people. We got someone scanning your badge, so make sure you get your badges scanned. I think we're ready to wrap and roll. Crystal, Jimas, good? Austin, good? All right, so if you have any questions, just send them out during the install, and then we are ready to go in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Crystal, let's do it.
You want us to tape or no?
No.
Perfect.
So right now we're rolling the panel out. As we can't tell that already, right? So what we did is we got a material set right to here. So what we're doing is we're feeling through the film. This is the top section here. And we got the magnets here. And the tricky part about this right now is the mirror. We didn't take the mirror off because Jimas was too lazy, right? I'm just joking, right? So the idea right now is this is a 54-inch panel, I believe. So Crystal's feeling through here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to get an eyeball and get it close. And I think it's looking pretty straight too.
You're not down all the way though.
All right, so we're not gonna wrap the rocker panel.
Got it.
So we're just gonna wrap it to here. So we're not wrapping the rocker panel, we'll get into here. And what you have to do with a lot of modern cars today is there's not a lot of straight sections on the car. So what you wanna do is make sure that you kind of eyeball it, get it close, and then once everything's set, I don't know if I'd do that quite yet. Let's do that after we release the line. Yeah. So let's just get it roughly in place right now. So the reason right now, do you guys feel like it's pretty good? All right, so hold on a sec.
Okay.
Let's double check the layout. So right now, always, what's the most important thing about commercial wraps is just to double check. We can wrap as fast as we can, but if it's not in the right place, it doesn't matter. So we're gonna slow it down, and we're gonna double check. So right now, the door ends right about here. So I think that's pretty good. I think that looks good. Come up to here, and right now the door break is right here. This is pretty good. The top of the molding is gonna come right to here. So you always want a 3-inch rule to make sure it's nice and safe. I feel like the Orjet here is good. We got about 1 inch extra at the top. We're good here. I think that's good. Jimas is good. We're cool?
Yeah.
All right. So we feel like we're pretty good. What we want to do now is trim the panel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my dry erase marker and I'm going to make the mark. Jimas, you can take the bodyguard knife that's there. And what we're going to do is we're going to trim the panel right to here. And the reason why we'd like to trim the panel is to make it easier to work with. So right now, if we try to treat it as a big rectangle, it's super hard to work with. And the reason why we trace it right now with a dry erase marker is, Crystal, I don't know about you, but how many times have you accidentally cut the panel a little too short?
Like 2 times.
2 times, right? I've maybe done a little more than that. But the idea right now is, notice what they're doing is they're cutting the material with a bodyguard knife. This comes from Yellow Tools, and the temptation is to do this with a knife. But if she used a knife right there, I would be bleeding and going to the hospital right there, right? So the idea is by using this special cutter right now, there's no chance of cutting your coworkers, which is really nice, and it makes it much easier to wrap with. So now we got this to here. Maybe it's a little high, but we can kind of play with that. So now we're good. So we trim the panel, make it easier to wrap. And then as reference points right now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to find the edge where we go. And right now I'm just marking areas so I know where to, if we stretch the film and it comes up, we have points of registration that we can kind of flow with. So I come back to here and we're good to go. So once we release the liner, we're good. So Jeebus, why don't we come on over here? And what I'm going to do now is, this is Oracle's 3751. And what I'm doing is I'm adding extra magnets there, and we're going to fold it in half. And sometimes what I like to do is just to make the panel more secure. Can we do this side first and then pull this way? So what we're going to do now is we're going to pull it back to here, and then Jeebus will duck under the film, and Crystal, you can hold there.
Yep.
And I'll pull this to Jeebus. Yep, cool. And this is my first time wrapping the side of a car in a spacesuit. Jeebus, how does it feel? No gravity. So notice what I did is I cut it in a half circle. I fold it under here, and then Crystal's gonna come to there. And then what we're gonna do is, Jeebus, if you can glass it out a little bit, and let's try to line everything up.
Yep.
Cool, that feels good there.
Down a little bit. doesn't
Yeah, so we got to come back a little bit. Jeebus, pick it up. So we're a little short of our marks. So we pick it up and kind of pull to there. Feels good. So we can tack it here, and we can tack it too. Yeah, I think we're good.
Yep.
So what we can do now is take those magnets off, and we're teaming up. And Jeebus, if you come over here, I'll sneak behind, and I'll pull the liner. We got two magnets right there, Crystal.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So right now I can pull the tab, and what Crystal's going to do is just kind of keep it off the surface, and I'm pulling the liner off to here. So we got Austin helping out, which is cool. We got this vacuum paper there. Good. So what Jeebus can do now is he's going to pick it up, and he's going to glass it out as much as he can. So we got it to here, and this is where that pro slide really comes into play. So right now, Jeebus, hold on a sec. I'm going to push it up here. Give me a second. Cool. So we got it to here, okay, and now this is the situation. So what we got is right now, we didn't take off the mirror, because this takes what? Time. It's kind of a pain in the butt. So right now we've kind of glassed it out, and where it's happy is right here. So we lock it on. So what we had a game plan earlier. Do you mind if I make the cut, or?
Make it.
Okay. So Jeebus, why don't you hold it up to here? We're not wrapping this area here. So this is what we have to wrap it to, we call scene in sections. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the material here, cut it on the high side, and then bring it down, and I'm not going to cut Jeebus's hand, I hope. And I do this. So now what this is I've cut this in sections. So we've made it much easier to now take the material under here, and then Crystal, if you want to start there, we're going to pick it up and kind of fold it under the light right in the mirror right there, kind of snap it up, and we're just kind of glassing it out to there, and then I'm going to lock it in, and then we're going to stand back to see if the Orful looks good. Crystal, I feel like that looks really good.
Yeah.
Cool. So wrapping's about a feel thing, so now that we've got this glassed out, I think we can start cooking. So let's do it, right? So now we're going to take advantage of having the pro slide. I'm actually going to snap this up. I see a wrinkle here into there. So Crystal, I'm going to pick it up.
So good, you don't need to.
What?
This feels so good, you don't need to.
Oh. So I'm going to pick it up and snap it. And I'm just going to glass it right to, oh, you got it there, Crystal?
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull high, and Crystal's going to pull low, and what that does is it glasses it out just like that. It's pretty cool. So now Crystal's going to beast it down. Let's beast it right there. Right to there. Cool. So now we can beast it out. Crystal's got that, and then I'm going to squeegee to here. So we're good. Got the material down to here, and I can just start working. So Crystal's doing her thing, Jeebus is doing his thing. So what I'm going to do here is I see a lot of tension build up to here. So because we're not wrapping the light, I can make that cut, which makes it much easier to pick up the film, glass it out to here, take it back down to here, and create the glass. So coming back to the material that we're working with right now. What you don't hear a lot is like all this really loud noise. Every time I pick up the material, it doesn't make a noise. And the reason why I like that right now, and I know Crystal and Jeebus like it right now, is we don't have to fight the film. The film is really flowing with us right now. And why that's good is we can just pick the film up, pull the film at room temperature, position it, and it creates glass. Really nice. And once it creates glass, I can squeegee it in position. See these wrinkles here? At Rapid Institute, we call these pyramids. Because the wrinkles are doing this, I can pull the material this way and create glass. So I pick the material up, snap it off the surface, and I just pull, and I read the wrinkles. I see that more wrinkles are budging up here. Because I haven't cut, I can shift those wrinkles down and create glass. And once I have the material to here, I'm only taking it right to there. Does that make sense? All right, so Jeebus, how's it going? Cool. So now the material's bridging this recessed area here. So I want to take advantage of this film. And what I'm going to do is put on this application glove. And keep in mind that Orifol has a lot of great tools. They have application gloves, and they have squeegees. And what I'm doing is I'm forming the film into the deepest part of the recessed area, like that, which makes it much, much easier. And then I can just squeegee the material on the flat. And I don't get bubbles because of the technology of the adhesive. So Crystal, this adhesive, okay, ProSlide and RA, how much easier does it make the wrapping process?
It's so easy. It just sits on top of the paint until you put it down.
Yeah, Crystal just said it sits on top of the paint. It makes it much, much easier. And then here, okay, notice that what I'm doing is I'm feeding the material into the recessed area, and I'm using my application glove. And what I'm trying to do now is form it in so it doesn't wrinkle. So I'm going to pick it up to here, and then I'm going to take it back into here, and I'm going to feed the material into the recessed area. You can see that we hit our mark there, and we come into here. But right now, do you see a lot of tension built up? As soon as you have tension, one thing I like to do is add heat to relax. So I put the heat gun on the highest setting. My mic just went off.
Yeah.
So I think I shorted my mic. So I'm going to talk really loud, and I'm going to grab this heat gun, maybe. I'm going to go in front of you, if you don't mind. Cool.
Shoot down the
This heat gun's too.
all of them are connected.
Can you find out the heat guns are out? Yeah, for both of them. Okay. So I'm going to try to do this without heat. Or I'm going to use my laser eyes on this right now. So what we can do now is I can do a technique called triangles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spread the material out and work the material back and forth. And notice what I'm doing with my free hand is I'm pulling straight up. And if I pull straight up now, I can slice the material away from the recessed area, and now I can form it in without having to use heat. So what we try to teach on the Wrap Institute is that you should always be positive and have a lot of techniques as a backup. What happens if your heat goes out? You should be able to wrap a car without heat, theoretically. So right now, I'm getting everything set, tucking it in. And what's nice about working with professionals like Jeebus and Crystal is that I know that they're working really hard and doing their thing. So now I can kind of flow with that. Crystal's got this down. Check, check. Cool. So Jeebus, are you good there? Yeah. So Jeebus is going to cut the top right now, because if Jeebus cuts the top, we can guide it down. Crystal, how are you down there?
Okay.
Do you need heat?
No.
All right, so let's keep on flowing there. So Crystal's got that going. And while Crystal's doing that, can I get Austin, can I get a knife? Oh, I got it. So Jeebus, are you good there? Okay, so what Jeebus and I are gonna do now, notice that at the front, we cut it a little short. So on the front fender, we cut an inch higher, all right? So we had enough material to tuck the front. That means this top A pillar is gonna be short by a lot. But this top piece is very thin, which means we can kind of curve it down and match it up. So what Jeebus is going to do is he's going to pick up the front piece. Are you good, Jeebus? I got it. Thank you. Check, check. Oh. Hello. All right. So Jeebus, are you good to pick this up?
Just 1 minute.
1 minute. So while Jeebus does this, I'm going to get everything set. Get everything set to here. Running my finger to here. And I personally like to use an application glove on this section here. Crystal's down low. We're teaming up right now, so she kind of got the bottom section. Jeebus and I did the back sections. I'm setting everything up. So while I flow, if Jeebus needs more time, I'm not going to go on my phone to TikTok. I'm gonna come to here and I'm just gonna keep on going it. When Jimas is ready, then we'll jump. So right now I get the material tucked into here. And because I'm about to cut, one thing we teach on the Rapid Institute is you always wanna click your blade. So notice this is a nice safe box. So this is made of aluminum and it fits all sizes. It has a magnet at the bottom, which means you don't hear anything. So the blades don't come sneaking out, which is pretty cool. Jimas is ready, which is cool. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna pick this material up and we're gonna kind of angle it down. So watch what we do. Jimas is gonna pick it up to here. And this is that pro slide that we talked about. And Jimas, I'm gonna take it to here. Take it to here, and then we're gonna start bending it down. So notice we start to pull.
You don't have to bend so much.
Don't have to bend so much, we're good? A little bit more. So pick it up to here, one more time. So see these wrinkles, we're gonna kind of curve it down, and then we're gonna curve it down. And now we're to here, and we're good to go. So I don't really care about it matching by the A-pill and the front fender because we have such an abstract design, which is pretty cool. So once we have that set, Jimas, can I come to you?
Yep.
So now I can just casually squeeze you from here, and I know Jimas can take care of that. And now you can just take it to the top. So Austin, what time are we at right now? Okay, so there's 3 people wrapping a car, and I think we're getting into the finishing stages, which is the fun part. We're almost got the material on the main surface area here. We got Jimas to here. Crystal, how's it going down there?
Great.
Cool. So as we get to this, we're not wrapping the rocker panel, we're not wrapping the fender flares, and we're just wrapping this super clean and mean. So once everything's set up to here, I'll double check the material down here. So right here, if you see, we have to take the material right to this section here. So one thing we could do is I can pull the material really hard, but if I pull the material really hard, that means I have to work really hard. Because we're not wrapping this fender flare, this is negative space. I can take advantage of that negative space by making a relief cut. And if I make a relief cut here, I can pick the material up and I can pull the material now much easier and create glass. You guys understand the power of a relief cut? Pretty cool. And once I make the material here, you see all these wrinkles. Those wrinkles tell me to pull to the left, and that enables me to squeegee the material right to there. What's cool about this material is I can pick it up, squeegee it down, and then slice the material away, and the material goes on super easy because this is a really premium cast film. Really nice. Right here, I see a lot of tension build up, but if you guys can see the shape of the wrinkles right now, this material is saying, why don't you squeegee this direction? So if I pay attention to the tension of the material tells me where to pull. And if I squeegee in the direction of where the material just told me to go, it goes on that easy. Pretty cool. So now that I'm here, and I don't want to get Jimas's way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the material up and tuck it into the gap. So I tuck it into the gap here. This feels nice and good. And then this is what we at the Rapid Institute called a tuck and cut. And keep in mind, for those of you watching right now, the prize, if you guessed in time before we started right now, the prize for this is a training from Orful. Hopefully you get to take a class from Crystal. Crystal, I don't think there's enough women in this industry, to be honest with you. And Crystal is an amazing installer. She's based here in Orlando, and I'm working with her whole team in the demo depot. And I think women have a much better attention to detail, and they're a little bit more patient. Guys can be a little impatient. And when you're wrapping right now, you definitely want to have patience. For this type of cut now, watch what I do. I'm actually putting on the top of the fender flare, and I'm just kind of angling the blade in. So I didn't tuck the material into that gap. I come in here, I get a bubble, which I can press away, and by not having to pick up the material and tuck it into the gap, it goes perfectly in. Then I use the hard side of my squeegee to take it into the gap, feed that down, and then for this section here, notice I'm going from corner to corner. If you watch what Jimas is doing right now in Crystal, I hope you appreciate how methodical and flowy they are. So Jimas is a great installer from Brazil. He's been a partner with the Rapid Institute for years. His brother Marcos is my partner for the Rapid Institute, and he's absolutely amazing and just very passionate about doing it right. Crystal, how many employees do you guys have now?
6.
6. So Crystal has 6 employees, and
Still running while we're running the Rapid
shop is still running while she's here and her crew is here, which is cool. And notice what I'm doing is I'm just kind of going from corner to corner. This is a section where I actually want to wrap the material on the inside. So notice I cut it here, and if you guys can see, if you're your body position, I see a little bit of tension. So your job that I try to teach people when you're wrapping right now is if you see tension, you got to deal with it. So right now I'm taking the heat gun, which works, which is cool. Now watch what I can do. I'm taking the heat gun and going super slow, and that tension that's in the film goes away. So I kind of liken this process right now. If you get home at the end of the day and you're tired, what do? Take a hot shower, you sit in the bath. But if you relax yourself, you feel better. I just relaxed the material, and all that tension that was there is gone. So that helps my quality, and then I can seal the material on the edge. So I get really good quality because I relaxed the film first. Once that's set, how are you guys doing? Jemus, if you can focus on the back section here. I still got this area by the hatchback. And so we're cutting the material off, commercial style. And as I began this presentation, what's cool about the Never Stop Learning Contest this year is we have so many different styles of wrapping that we're teaching. We're doing full print, we're doing commercial, we're doing color change. With Orful, we have a demonstration that later we're going to be doing their paint protection film. And there's a different style of wrapping for each type of material. I personally, I don't know about you, Crystal, but I like, oh shit, I cut that short.
Can I keep this?
What?
Keep this section?
No, I want to cut here. So right here, because we're flowing and I think the door handle's stuck up, we had talked about masking taping this before, but we didn't do it. And because we didn't masking tape it before, I'll just kind of show how to solve this in a second. So, right now, okay, we're doing a demonstration, we're flowing, and if you notice right now, I cut it a little short. The material wasn't properly tucked in. So do we want to redo this whole panel? No? All right. Ideally, no. All right. So watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to come into here. And I'm not crazy about this, don't get me wrong, but let's say the customer's picking up, and of course, I personally would redo it. I'm not happy about coming up that short. But right now, I'm coming and finding a table right now, and I look at the design, and I see a lot of pointy sections on the design, and I'm going to do something like that. And if I do something like that, I'm going to do that. So this, when I first started wrapping, I came out, I'm old. In 2007, I came out with my first DVD, and I had a whole chapter on what I call patches. Not good, right? And a lot of people would call this a patch. But for me, I personally call that a creative overlay now. I'm much more professional, right? So was this in the original design? No, but I put that on top, and I look at the design, I see a lot of red triangles. I put a red triangle there, and then when the client picks it up, what are they going to say? Hopefully nothing, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be shady, but I'm just trying to, I don't want to reprint this because I'll lose my profit. So we just try to teach realistic wrapping at the Wrap Institute, even in the Oracle trainings is, sometimes things go wrong, how do you creatively solve it so the client's happy? It's just part of the deal, you know what I'm saying? So I'm using the magic of the design to do it. So once we get this set up,
I'm leaving this for you.
You're leaving the,
So you can talk about it.
oh.
Or if you don't want to.
Oh, I don't want to talk, that's cool. So right now we're just cutting everything out. And you can see that we're just getting a nice flow. Jemus is on the same page, Crystal and I are on the same page because we're all professional installers. We're using great tools. Notice that this glove is from Orful, great tool. And then notice every time I cut, before I take it to the edge, I always relax it. So I'm just getting that flow. So if you have any questions about the Orful film, Orful has a booth in the main area, but they also have a cool wrapping contest right over there. So if you want to learn how to wrap or wrap a hood and win a great prize, definitely go check out Orful's booths and enter their wrap contest. Orful also owns KPMF, who makes very good color change film. And we're flowing, and we're getting that done. Cool, so now you get high quality without wrinkles, which is great. Jemus, how are we looking back there? Perfect. Cool, and then I'm gonna run my finger across. Very shallow blade, because a lot of cars have rubber gaskets here. And one thing that Jemus, we picked up this car is Turo. And does the owner know that we're wrapping cars on it? Probably not, right? Maybe if they're watching this streaming event. But the idea right now is the owner said if there's any scratches on it, you have to pay $7,000, right? And I'm totally comfortable cutting on this car because it's under Jemus's name, so I don't have to worry about the liability. Okay. My point is right now, I'm comfortable cutting on the car because I'm a professional, and that's one thing we try to teach on the Wrap Institute is getting that flow. And then here I'm going to open the door, take the material behind the rubber. We're good. Take the material to here. So Jemus, are you guys almost done?
Yeah.
I just got to do this final cut. So because this cut is on a rubber gasket, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come through here, flick my blade so it's extra sharp, put this on top. Crystal, how you doing?
Doing great.
Okay. So right now we're getting into what I call post-install. So right now we wrapped it pretty fast, I think. I mean, I think it's nice, good, flowy time. We're good to here. Pull it back out. Take off the excess film right to here. So now, tighten it up. If you notice what Crystal's doing right now, in GMIS, they're going over all the edges. And the reason why they're going over all the edges right now is they want to make sure that they're fully sealed. I make sure I come down here, make sure I tuck it in. We're good. We're good. Cool. I'll take off my creative overlay piece there. Crystal, we got this cut at the top. Why don't we do this section here? Keep in mind that Crystal is a trainer for Oracle. She's awesome. Crystal, how long have you been rapping?
Oh, sorry. 16 years.
16 years.
I'm almost as old as you.
Almost as old as me. And right now I'm kind of working around this mirror. So working around mirrors, you can see, is a little tricky, but if you have the right techniques right now, you can get a nice good flow. Crystal, if you want to finish that side, I'll finish this.
Yeah.
And what I'm doing is I'm just getting the material into the gap. Super focused cut. And notice what I'm doing with my middle finger or my index finger is I'm kind of guiding the material into the edge right after I cut, because then I can come back and I can seal the deal right away. Yeah, I'm going to come up from Crystal's cut it to there, and then I can take it in. So again, Crystal is doing good teamwork for this. I carefully pull this up and away. What GMIS is doing is double checking for bubbles, and now we're kind of entering that final stage. Keep in mind that Oracle, as I mentioned, has their own product line. They have cleaners, they have a squeegee, they got the application glove, and they also have training, which is super cool. So then once this is done, just button everything up. It's always good as a team, I think right now, is GMIS did this, but it's always good to have like a second set of eyes. Just to make sure everything's sealed, the hatchback is good, it's cool, and I'm not being critical, I'm just double checking that everything is sealed, because once the client picks this up, I don't want the client to ever come back with a problem. I want them to come back for another wrap.
Can I start to wipe it down with
Yeah, let's do it, right? And so it's always good is to wipe it down with an aftercare product. So in this case right now, if you don't know about it, Triple S is absolutely amazing aftercare product. It smells good. So keep in mind that I'm going to work around Crystal right now. So when I wipe the wrap down, what this is doing is it's protecting it for about, I would say about 3 months. And what it's also doing right now is making the gloss look good. I'm removing the handprints from us working on it. And notice that what I do now is I'm also cleaning the window, which is nice. And I'm trying to create a nice final presentation for the client. So I spray it here. Make sure the window comes back. Crystal, anything else on your end?
I think I'm set. Let me just go over this top and I'm done. I didn't cut the gas tank. I didn't.
GMIS is doing that right now. So again, good communication, finishing strong. And notice what I'm doing is I'm wiping down any area that we're not wrapping. So I want the client to pick up the car and be really, really happy. And I think we're getting into that final result. GMIS closes it. Cool. I wipe it down. Crystal's doing, I'm not going to sign off on this until this is customer ready. So that means taking off the magnets to here. And hand them to Austin. Taking off everything here. Cool. Taking off this. So I've seen, I don't know, anyone, is anyone out there a wrapper? Right? How many times have you left your magnets on the car? Awesome. So the customer's driving away and they're like, dude, I got some magnets on my car. So always make sure you get all your tools so everything's nice and good. We've wiped everything down. And again, even for me, I see that Crystal's working on this area. I know that she's put her hands on this and we're good. So right now, oh, one more. GMIS, do you want to call it? Are you good? Yeah. Crystal, are you good?
Yeah, but I can't stand.
You can't stand bubbles? We're good? And I wipe it down for Crystal right there. Awesome, we're good. And I think for me, we can call it. So that means Austin?
27:36.
27:36. So that is the official time of wrapping the side of the car with Oracle 3751. Fully complete. For me, commercial style, I think this is perfect install. Why is it perfect? Because we didn't wrap the rocker panel, we didn't wrap the mirrors, and we didn't wrap the fender flares. How much time did that save? A lot. But the thing is, does it look like it's all continuous? Yes. So one thing you have to learn about wrapping, especially commercial style, is you don't have to wrap the whole car. if you're smart, and that's what we try to teach you on the Wrap Institute, if you take the color of the car and put it in the print, that enables you not to wrap things. So in a way, you can charge less, but you can make more because you're making more profit. Does it make sense? And that's one thing we try to teach on the Wrap Institute. So again, this is a demonstration for Oracle's 3751. Check it out in their booth. We just made the product video for them. Definitely check out the Demo Depot. If you guys want free hands-on training, right there you sign up for the Demo Depot and you get 1 hour in that area over there, and Crystal will be there and she'll be able to give you one-on-one training. And again, I'm Justin Pate from the Wrap Institute, and I hope you guys enjoyed. And we have the next demonstration starts at, I do. All right, we have the next demonstration, and it's a cool one. We'll be doing it in this area here, and I'm going to be wrapping a door with a door handle on it with Tech Wrap color change film, and that's going to take place at 1:30. I have no clue what time it is right now, but at 1:30 we'll do that, and the price for that is $2,000, right? So thank you all for watching. I hope you have a great rest of the day, and I'll see you here at 1:30. Awesome. Thank you all.
Hey, I'm just throwing this out there. I hope that's been there since you got it.
No.
It was there when I was up here cleaning. I noticed it.
Paint correction.
I hope rain a lot.
Yeah.
When I deliver the
Spray
car.
it down.
Thank you.
You pull up in their driveway. Do you have a hose?
Where do I look?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Medium
Where do
or
I look?
large? Okay. And okay.
I know, but what camera do I look at? Am I looking at a camera or not? I don't see that camera anymore.
I'm gonna have you right there.
Okay.
XLs. Two on the bottom. You said XL, right? Yeah. Do you want one?
You good?
What size? We're good. Large.
I'll just talk for a little bit, kind of get the crowd
large?
warmed up, and then we'll go.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very, very welcome. Yeah. You want one? Everybody wants one. Come on, get a hoodie. It's a nice hoodie. What size? Medium? Okay, this is the medium that I'm wearing right now. There you go.
Check. Tim, you're good?
That's the last one for now. Yeah, but I got more
Good
coming.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Justin Pate from the Rap Institute, so thank you for coming here today. And in this demo, we've been doing lots of cool demos throughout the day in the Never Stop Learning contest. We've done some commercial installs, and now we're going to do a color change install. We
XL
work
or
with a lot
large?
of different brands. One of the platinum sponsors this year is TechWrap. Has anyone out there installed with TechWrap? All right, TechWrap. It's a calendar film. So there's two types of film, cast and calendar.
Yeah.
Calendar film is a little thicker, but what's cool about calendar film is they can make it in a wide range of colors.
Sorry.
Wide range of colors, more than cast. So TechWrap is really known for some special colors.
Yeah, I got her
If
hoodie.
you're not used
I
to
did.
working
Yeah,
with
thank
calendar
you.
film, especially on a car, it can be a little tricky. So what I want to do in this demonstration is, the Rap Institute has been fortunate enough to make a lot of videos for TechWrap. We just made one for their dry apply BPF, which is in the demo depot area. And this one I'm going to show you how to work with a PVC calendar film on a car so you don't have a lot of tension and it goes really smooth, right? So if you dial it in, that's what we try to teach at the Rap Institute. We have over 30 sponsors this year, or 25 sponsors for the Never Stop
Thank
Learning
you.
contest and demo depot. And we don't feel like any film is better than the other. They're all just different. And you're just going to dial in the differences and you're good. I'm joined by James. James?
How you guys doing?
Cool. James is a representative from TechWrap, so he'll be answering questions throughout the install. And TechWrap gave a prodigious amount of free swag, right? So James is going to be handing out stuff. I think he's already handed out a lot of stuff. So it's Christmas time, TechWrap style, which is awesome, right? So I would like all of you to go to the Rap Institute YouTube channel. For those of you watching, you're already on. But the reason why I want you to go there is the prize for this round. So I'll be wrapping, we've kind of mixed it up, or I'm going to be wrapping both of these doors. I'm going to be wrapping the back door and the front door. I was going to wrap the door and the door handle.
Yeah, like a relief cut?
Super crazy. So I cut it here, and then I cut it here, and then when I added heat,
Lines. Yeah, when you see lines, so it's like if you see a
What I
line
used to
going
do when I
this
first
way,
got
that
TechWrap
means
is
there's
I would cut
tension
and
going
form it
this
around
way.
with just fingers. But now
And when you
hit it with
heat it, what's going to happen is the material is
The
actually going to
PVC, it
shrink,
relaxes by itself
and it's
and
actually
then I
going to
form it.
pull, and it's
I
going to
mean,
fight that tension.
And I started, I did a
There's
few
no
reps.
there's no wrinkles. So even with Avery,
Yeah.
I might get some wrinkles there, but because the TechWrap shrinks so much,
Yeah.
I'm creating wrinkles.
now I know
Why am
that.
doing that?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if I hit it with heat, it literally wraps and I don't
Yes,
get
yeah, so
here.
you ready?
I'm sorry.
No.
And I used to get a lot of wrinkles here.
Yeah, yeah.
You see, even down there when we were smoother as a butter. Because
Yes,
that's
that's-
TechWrap.
Sorry about
I used to
that.
fight TechWrap, but once I figured out TechWrap,
Yeah, I mean, it's like
right? It's been
when
really nice. So it's a
the
feel.
way
It's a
he
thick
does
film,
it, he's
but
honestly
even
so
here,
good. Like
I mean,
when I try to do it
because
myself
it's
and I just do it
stretched,
for fun.
All that tension out. I'm wrapping 80% less hard than I used to.
I'm so scared to pull off my back
And that's
end
because
and
I
even try
know
to
there's
because
tension
of
in the
those
film,
wrinkles because
so
they're
I
so
use
hard
the
to
heat
deal
to
with.
shrink it and it
But
wraps
what it
itself.
is the more you
all
use
that
the
tension I was
material, the
fighting,
more you
fighting,
get comfortable
fighting. Now I
with
don't fight
it.
anymore.
Now you start to like you can
It's a
look
good
at the
feeling.
material, you see the lines on the
Well, make
material,
sure-
like
have you done the
okay,
demo
I get
before?
like if there's a line running here, I just need to pull it here, and that'll actually take that line away. It'll take that tension and flatten it out.
So I think I was going to sneak in there and do a little bit.
Yeah, he's
Because,
the pro.
I mean, this is your chance to get TechWrap.
If there's
Yeah.
one person
good
who has
trainers.
like
A little
the
bit with
authority
their
to say whether or not
aqua
something is
marine
right or not,
Yeah.
it's probably him.
Horrible.
Sounds like you do.
I would never wrap that. I wrapped the car with it a month later.
I kept doing it.
Yeah.
But this
So
film must be dialed.
frustrating.
So I mean, but the drive-by PPF
Yeah,
is amazing.
when it folds up onto itself, yeah.
I'll definitely go and check it out.
Okay, cool. What's your name?
So the big thing is that spray product. Did you see the triple S he put on there? That yeah, no, that's well anybody can make that stuff. That's just soap and water. But they make the best version of it. That's why he used it. And that's why I recommend it to my customers. But That
represent the film.
Yes, yeah, well, the manufacturer of the film, yeah. So that spray product will reduce the surface energy. So when you go to squeegee, instead of it folding up on itself, the air will actually freely slide to the edge. It makes it a lot easier.
Doesn't the material itself also release? Oh, go ahead.
It does, but that makes it better.
Yeah, it was a little sweatier than
Where are we
Do
at?
this. Let's take a knee right here. Justin, take a knee right there. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 17, 23, 40. Got it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
That was awesome. How you doing?
This guy's waiting for one, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab him some, and I'll grab you some
Glad
too.
you stopped by.
Yeah, I just bring my family.
Cool. How's the family?
Yeah.
Hello, family. That's cool. Have you done the demo depot?
I just put my name on it.
Ah, cool. Yeah, it's fun. It's good. It's a very good learning experience.
Yeah.
So cool. Great to see you.
I mean, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. When is the next demo? When is the next demo?
2:45.
Okay.
Do we have a fifth, or is it just 4 today?
6.
6? I only have one more page.
You wanted the color PPF, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that's that there.
Offer for Petrogoni. So let's back the whole thing up.
So color PPF, and those are the colors for the
I
vinyl.
want it on race rims.
And the vinyl.
You want vinyl too? Yeah. No, it's given.
Mostly use it.
Well, I want it on
Yeah,
race
yeah.
rims.
What's your shop name?
Vinyl World.
Vinyl World. Okay. Have you ever bought Tech Rep? I don't know what that is.
First time.
First time. Okay. So I don't have any
We have to
business
push it back a
cards.
lot because we have to push it back a lot because once we go on race rims, it's gonna.
You can scan me. I don't know. I actually have no
go
idea
to
what
the
the
aisle
scanning
with it?
thing is.
It gives you all.
Oh, it does? Okay, perfect. So let me just.
And so people say like after they even like take that, like they'll just kind of pure come
anything or
Do we have the Federgoni color change film here?
yes we do.
Okay, so yeah, we want to get it on race reps. We want to clean it.
Yes, okay,
and
yeah,
figure
I
out
got
what
it
we
here.
wrap and what we not.
Okay, so
Yes. And
I'll reach out to you guys if you don't hear from me. My name is James. You can reach me on our website, the phone number for Tennessee. I'm based out of Tennessee. You can call there. Yeah. So I'm the closest rep to you guys. Sales-wise, where it comes from is all over the place.
wearing a tool belt that I'm not
yeah,
used
just
to
give me a
'cause I
call,
just
shoot me a
don't know
text.
where to grab tools and shit. But that crowds have been great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Big
Yeah.
I just I should
So
have just won
PPF
one door.
vinyl.
Do what?
I should have just
Yeah.
won one door.
That's all right.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Large. Yeah.
Nice. Pretty color.
It's a color. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody who installs neochrome without complaining, they get what they want. You know, like
I fucked up my shoes.
that's for free.
I fucked up my shoes.
Oh no. How you doing?
Yeah,
well.
you would be surprised
We
how
had
many guys,
class
they're like,
with
I've been
you.
rapping for 30 years, I know what I'm doing. And we're like, you sure? It's not really like, it's not easy to work with. And they're like, no, I know what I'm doing. And then they come back and they're like, there's something wrong with the material. And like, no, we told you this. Like I had a guy who tried to laminate it because he thought that would make it easier to install, which I can understand the thought process. But he ended up laminating in a way that caused it to delaminate from, so like there's 2 layers. There's the color layer, and then there's like the part that the adhesive goes onto. He somehow separated those 2 layers when he laminated it, and he came back to us and said it's a material problem. No, I saw that, the Corvette, yeah. That's a crazy work, yeah.
It's like
Did you get a hoodie?
53 years.
Okay.
I think I wrapped my 10th car.
I got you.
I think we talked before about walls or windows.
I wouldn't wrap cars today.
I did the floors for the NCAA in Indianapolis.
How much money did you make? what I'm saying? I mean, we wrapped this whole floor. We wrapped these floors and we did 3 panels in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you're doing that,
Sorry, you're not getting fired.
Yeah.
They wrap it.
dude,
That's why I tell customers, I'm like start at 10 grand. If they say no and they laugh and they leave, you're gonna be fine because you didn't want to do it anyway. And if they say yes, then you're making enough money where it's worth it. Yeah.
So cool. Like, I'll have to show it to you when I go home, but they did this.
Well, yeah, where'd she go? She was here somewhere talking to Justin. There was a lady, she just finished a car on it. The guy that you were talking to, you saw the SUV.
Check out, I mean, the demo depot
it's
here,
crazy
I don't know
work
if you
to
guys
do
have
all
done
that.
it, but
And a lot of them are trying to do it in one piece per panel, and that's really hard.
Okay, do the claw machine at least.
Do the claw machine.
So, but good to see you.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool to.
No. It's, yeah.
I mean, that was 2010, 12, something like that. A long time ago.
Yeah, time to step back and.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Are you still in Netherlands where you live?
Yeah, she's still in Amsterdam, so. But
it's a totally different material. Like the approach has to be totally different from your standard vinyl because of that. Like when you're working with vinyl, quality is measured by the less amount of seams you have. Like the less seams you have, the better install you did. But that is like throw that idea out the window and just get the material on there.
It's okay, but I mean, I get the points, and when we go on vacation, my family's taking care of it.
Did you mind or notice at all the tiger stripes?
That's what counts too.
I did.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you?
You too.
Can I look at the show? Have some of the show?
The guy sent him a picture.
You good?
He didn't care. Yeah. Like because I've had a couple customers come back to me and they're like, I don't like these stripes on it, and I'm like, well, unfortunately, like that's the material. Like you can't have that color without that happening. Like if we could do it without that, if we could produce it without that, we would.
I bet you it's hot.
Yeah. When he's doing it in small, it's like a small area. You know, it's like when someone has a big.
It's way hot.
I'm happy. Let me help you with this really quick.
Yeah.
Keep the same position.
Yeah. Cool. Nice. Glad that worked out for you then. Yeah. So who you had a sales rep help you out? You know who?
Oh no, I ordered that one. And I think it came out of China.
But did they follow up with you at all? Message you? Woman, Alice, Alexis, April, Alice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. I'll just give her a good report then. Did you send her pictures of it?
No.
I think it's okay.
So yeah, like as sales reps, we're always trying to get pictures of people's work, and especially stuff like that. Like that's really interesting.
I shared it on the Rap Society.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
But man, never did it again.
Yeah.
I think, and I use those Zen nicotine pouches. And I went through like 3 of those. Like 2 days.
Yeah, trying to stay focused.
It's like, man, screw this. It's every day, dude. At the end of the day, 6-pack of beer. That's 12-pack for getting up, man. No problem.
De-stress, yeah. Yeah, you gotta have the vape nearby whenever you're working, you know.
I did give it to one of the guys that were like the sales guy.
So for the Ford program, I chose this because I thought I would have this program launched, but we created the Ford program. So we have this whole thing fucking totally dialed with insets and stuff like that.
Nice.
So this is just like literally you take a piece.
Yeah, that's a fun material to do little stuff with. Like I did my daughter's iPod with it, like just the back side of it. Now it's like pink and blue and flashy. I did a laptop with it, easy stuff like that.
Sorry. Do we have bridge light?
It's cool.
What's really funny about those films is when you put them on something that's has like different colors behind it, you actually realize how clear the material is. Like, so you wrapped it on white, so you're good. It's going to be bright and pretty. But if you put it on a red, it'll add red to that color.
Yeah, I've noticed a couple of films like that.
Sergey.
I had to watch some videos on that.
Sergey.
Yeah.
Sergey.
Yeah. I totally get that. So you're here all week, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you get to check out the material in there?
I did.
You did? Yeah?
Yep.
Nice.
I don't know if you want to move that because we're going to be wrapping the bumper. So just,
Very different because I work mainly with 3M.
3M. Yeah. Well, how do you feel about the finish of 3M?
So I do mostly all commercial.
Okay, so print. So you're not worried about it at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
so what I
yeah, I mean,
like
if you're
there
doing
should be
mostly
another
commercial,
race
I
mat.
get it. Like, I don't even try to sell to commercial customers anymore because it's like everybody's got their brand, they like it, they know how it works, and we don't really have a product that could compete. Like, we had a cast film for a while that was printable. But what I say is, like, to shops like you is, all of our color change films are printable. Like, yeah, like everything comes, all the glosses come with a top cap on them, so they come as a clean roll that can go right through. I have a customer who is consistently buying about 20 rolls of chrome every month, just normal chrome, like silver chrome, and printing onto that chrome. Because it's better for him to print a color onto the chrome than it is to try and find a chrome in the color that he wants. So now he can go to Nike or Apple and whoever he's working for, and whatever colors they want, he just puts that on the chrome. And it's like, that's
we'll
crazy. Printing to a chrome like that and then installing
I'm
it.
going to go to the bathroom when I come back. Okay. So we'll need the chairs.
They make like a lamb and like a move everybody. I think it's KPMS.
Yeah.
So do you know the time for the last round?
I never knew that's
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously for commercial purposes, I wouldn't install chrome, but you know, like there are people who want like displays made out of chrome. Do you ever do displays?
I'm gonna.
Yeah. So I mean, stuff like that.
Next
That's
one's
when
at
that like
2:45.
all of
So
our
I'm gonna go to the
materials
bathroom
being
really
able to
quick, and then
print
we
on
can-
them
I'd like to get
is
it all
pretty
prepped,
nice
and I'll show you
because
how,
you
and
get
I'll
some
show you
really
what
sick
we got. So
base
you can take
colors
this
to
off and
work
I'll be
with.
back.
Yeah.
I noticed like
Yeah.
all the colors are
Don't care. Just choose a good color for camera.
Yeah. It's because we're calendared instead of cast, and like I mean, for years I would come to trade shows and I wouldn't tell customers that we were calendared because everybody hates that. Now you have it's kind of only like okay, so what here like Inozetek, even KPMF, some Hexus films, right? Like they all have some kind of a calendar film because people are realizing you can get a nicer finish and a nicer color out of a calendar film than a cast film. You know, of course, as an installer, you want a cast film because it's easier to install, but as the end customer who's getting your car wrapped, you want the nicest finished product. Yeah. So it's like to them, they don't care how hard it was for you to install, they just want a nice looking product. Yeah. So it's you know, it has its trade-offs, but I would say like I've only ever installed calendared film and it's not that hard, you know, it's not the end of my life. Now I'm sure if I you know learned how to wrap with a cast film and I learned stretching big panels at a time, you know, massive monster stretches, I would do the same, and then I'd get you get those little vectors, those little peel backs when it shrinks, which is like okay, that's just because you stretched it a little bit too much. Do it again and don't stretch it.
Yeah. A lot of it's that like gas stuff. It's just like cold stretching it, and then like heating it, and then it's like sunk to it.
That's what I like about the color PPF is the dry install color PPF. You can just cold stretch it instead of having to heat it, and it's a lot nicer. And I really like. I try to push customers towards it because it's like, guys, it's only $300 more for a full roll of color PPF than vinyl.
I do a lot of those like two-tone wraps.
Yeah.
So it's like the Tahoes, black roofs, and I always try to push people. But like 3M was like.
I was waiting for you. How's the show?
Oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how's it working at Hexus? Good.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of stuff.
Our top end PPF, color PPF, retails at $1,300. So you're paying $1,150 as a shop on that one, but then our basic black, which is what we gave away today, you're paying like $850, I think, for that, like out the door. So it's like and that's for 59 feet.
I haven't dealt
so
with
60 feet.
and I try to get in the door,
you know,
and it's just
that's enough to get most cars done.
Yeah.
You know, and then if you're doing what you're doing, where you're doing tuxedos and you know two-tones.
Training, they don't give a shit about, and it's just a weird company.
Yeah.
I got more work cut out, but I like it.
It's mainly like 30 inches.
That's cool.
Going well over here.
I mean, the crowds been great.
Yeah.
It's cool. Yeah, better than I thought they'd be.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You'll have me if you need anything.
I'll be happy to get out of this jumpsuit though.
All right, I got to get all this stuff out of here. It was great talking to you guys. Yeah. Yeah. Feedback, what you thought about it, be honest, and send as many pictures as you have. We love that stuff. Yeah. Great talking to you guys. Any squeegees? You guys want extra squeegees?
That was good. Yeah.
So there should be Federgoni squeegees and stuff like that. So I'd like to use Federgoni tools.
I'll run over
Got your wallet in your pocket.
But it should be over there. Yeah, that's the color? Okay, do you need help or are you good?
Yeah. Photoshop that, make it like put a rock underneath it.
Right.
A moon rock.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna be
Oh yeah. You know how I'm feeling about dinner tonight.
Do what?
You know how I'm feeling about dinner tonight.
Well, last I heard, you were like, screw the party, let's just eat and go to bed.
Yes, sir.
It's nice.
I had to watch a couple.
Here, for you.
Thank you, my friend.
So color PPF and then vinyl.
Maki?
Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Wave runner wrapped, tech wrapped.
I mean, if you zero stretch it, tech wrap is great. If you don't zero stretch it, tech wrap is.
And then I put the that PPF. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah,
I put the gloss on top of it.
it's not bad.
Yeah. I had to watch a couple videos on that.
How's life?
Good. I can do that. I can do that print wave runner wrap.
What? Well, I think it went amazing. You see how many? There's so many people showed up.
Draws a crowd.
Yeah, it's.
Never a problem with that.
And that's why I was happy to like not get involved too much, is because he just knows what
I
he's doing.
understand.
Am I still going here?
I did pretty good in your comments over there.
How much money have you spent? Hot? You're straight like that. Check, check. I was just told I was hot, which is a technical term. It means we're live. So anyway, hello everyone. I'm Justin Pate from the Rap Institute, and I'm joined by the one and only Jimas Brazil. And this is going to be a super fun demo, I hope, for you guys. Lots of learning moments. We're going to be wrapping the front bumper of this Ford Mach-E. Is anyone out there a rapper? Easy bumper or hard bumper? Half-half, right? What makes this bumper kind of easy is what? It's black. The car's black, which helps, right? But the thing is, what you have to appreciate right now is there's parts that we're going to wrap right now and parts that we're not going to wrap right now. This is a front bumper, but it's broken up into many pieces right now. So the art of color change wrap, which is what Jimas and I are going to be doing, is wrapping in multiple pieces and being super smart. The Wrap Institute, we have a 10% rule. If you take the material past 10%, you wrap it in 2 pieces. Simple as that. So I'm going to walk you through the logic of how we prepped it. Keep in mind that this presentation is sponsored by Federagoni, and we have a Federagoni rep here, and we have Federagoni reps everywhere. So make sure if you want extra information, talk to them. And they also have a booth right over there. Their American supplier is DAF. So if you want to talk about their film and get more hands-on, definitely check it out. And we also have their material in the demo depot, so check it out. Federagoni is a company that's based in Italy, make great film, and they distribute their film all across the world, right? As I'm talking right now in this demonstration about the material that we're going to be doing, I would like all of you to go to the Rap Institute YouTube channel. And if you go to the Rap Institute YouTube channel, right now I want you to guess how long you think it's going to take Jimas and I to wrap this front bumper, right? And if you guess, this is what you win. So what you're going to win is you're going to bring a roll of their PPF Ultimate, which is their amazing PPF film. You get a $100 gift certificate to wrap monkey strips and banana buffers, a platinum membership on the Rap Institute, a weldy heat gun for $179, and you get a gift package from Yellow Tools. This package is worth $1,557. So please go to the Rap Institute YouTube channel, because all you have to do is say X amount of minutes. I'm not going to say what minutes, because that'll be too much, right? So keep in mind, just so you make an educated guess and give you time to go, to go there. So what Jimas and I are wrapping is this. We're not wrapping the fender flare. We're just wrapping this section here into here, but we're not wrapping this. We're wrapping down to this cover here where the molding starts. And normally what we're going to do is we would do an inlay here, because I think that's wrapping too much. So we're not going to wrap the section underneath the front headlight. So we're taking the material to here. We're taking the material to here, and we're not wrapping this section here. We're going to hand cut it right to there. So we're going to do the same on both sides. And we are going to take the material into this gap here, but we're not going to be wrapping this thing. Or Jimas can do it later, because that's not fun to wrap, right? So the idea is we're going to take it to here. We're not going to take it to here. We're not wrapping this, and we're not wrapping the fender flare. So does that help you get a better idea of how it works? Hope so, right? So again,
This kind of customer.
Jimas likes this kind of customer, and I do too, right? So that's the idea of what we're wrapping, and how do we prep it? Right now we have race mats, so we don't have to kneel on concrete, we don't have to kneel on the moon floor. I don't want to kneel on the moon floor. I don't know about you, I'm not into it. We put knifeless tape here, and notice that when you do knifeless tape, you layer it in certain times. So what we did is I took a dry erase marker and I put 1, 2. What does that mean? Do this one first, do the other one second, right? So that is, we're kind of making our flow good. Jimas has the same setup on this side, and right here we use tri-line, because this is a very deep gap. If we try to cut it in with our knife, the chance of cutting the car goes up, and we might come up short. So right now I put tri-line, and notice what I did. Tri-line is knifeless tape with 3 strings. So what I did is I cut the outside and the inside string, so we're only going to pull the second string, and that second string is going to get enough material to go inside the gap, but we don't have to use a knife or come up short. And if we do come up short, whose fault is it? So what Jimas did during prep right now is Jimas took Triple S. Triple S is a product we developed at the Rap Institute, and what this does is lowers the surface energy there so the material doesn't stick so hard on the main surface area, which helps the install. But then what Jimas did is he came back and did what's called a focus degrease, where then what he did is he just degreased the outside edges, so now the material is going to stick on the edges but slide on the main surface area. Does that make sense? It's going to make the install much easier. We have the car on race ramps, so we're good. And we have the weldy heat guns up. And again, this is the Federagoni material, their color change film. They just came out with this last year. And the Wrap Institute was fortunate enough, we just made an entire learning series for Federgoni. 15 videos, it's all gonna be hosted on the Wrap Institute. It is awesome, right? So big thank you to Federgoni for trusting the Wrap Institute. And right now, hopefully you've gotten your guesses in on the Wrap Institute YouTube channel. Guess how long you think it's gonna take? We're good to go, we got the prize. We got the heat guns ready to go. Jemus is ready to rock and roll. We've cut everything down. And one thing I wanna show really quick, all right? So what's interesting about wrapping bumpers, all right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come down here, and this is true with all PVC film. And I think this is really important. I've already kind of talked about it in the other demonstrations we've done today, but what I'm doing right now is I took the material off the liner and put it exactly back on the liner. So did I stretch the material? So now I take the heat gun on the highest setting right now, gonna get it smoking hot. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go super slow right now. This material that we're working with right now is a PVC film. And the nature of PVC, which is very interesting right now, is that PVC, when you stretch PVC, it wants to shrink back to its original shape and tension. What we're applying today is a cast film. So cast starts off as liquid and they pour it onto a sheet. So if you don't know what I'm doing now and you wrap this bumper right now with Federgoni film, it's gonna go easy, but it's gonna be a little hard because the material has a little bit of tension in it. Do you understand? So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking this heat gun, and this is at the Wrap Institute what we call zero stretch. By adding slow heat right now, what I did is I took the tension out from the manufacturing process and took it back to zero when it started. Does it make sense? How much tension was in the film? Quite a bit. So instead of fighting that tension, we're going to show you how to work with that tension to make wrapping a bumper easier. Does it make sense? This is a powerful technique that once you master it, it makes wrapping super easy. So with that being said, now we can start, right? So Jemus and I are ready to rock and roll. Jemus, you got your heat gun on that side?
That's fine.
Cool. Austin's got the timer. Are you guys ready to go? All right. And if you like asking questions, again, we got Federgoni reps here. You can ask questions all the time. And 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. So Jemus and I are going to go full cowboy. So I'm going to hand him the liner, and then I'm just going to walk away while Jemus carefully removes the liner. And right now we have Austin helping out. Austin's a great installer, freelance installer, travels all across the country doing installs. And then Jemus and I are going to get it here. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually pull on the film really hard. Actually, Jemus, before you bring it out, pull really hard towards yourself and then bring it to the car. Awesome. So why I like to do that and pull hard first is it already gets the material kind of going into the car, right? And then we can zero stretch it. So Jemus, why don't you hop on this side and we'll do this. Why don't we do this side first? So what Jemus is going to do is he's going to hold the material off the surface, and think about that demonstration I just did when I zero stretched the film. So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually shrinking the material like I just showed you, and what Jemus is doing is he's keeping the material just off the surface, and he's actually pulling fairly hard. Why I like that though is by Jemus doing that, it's actually making the material kind of conform to the vehicle. Pick it up a little bit more right there. So I'm going to zero stretch it a little bit right to there. Pull a little harder. Good. So you can see the material kind of shrinking into the car. So I've always likened this to rally driving. So we're kind of shrinking the material as we stretch it. And that makes the material shrink right to the car. Pick it up to there. Just pull a little bit down here. Cool. So I'm going to pull down, and then Jemus is pulling to the car. And we're really relaxing it right to the body, to there. And then we just tack it to here so it doesn't move. Do you see? Right? So that's one side. And we'll do this side really quick, and then I'll focus here, and then Jemus will do the other side. So Jemus will pick it back up. I can't tell you how nice is it to kneel on race ramps as opposed to the moon floor. Or race mats. But you guys can see the flow. Look at my left hand. My left hand is just keeping the material from touching the headlight, and then we take it down to here, and you can tell what's working right now, or what's doing most of the work, is zero stretch. So we have this heat gun from Weldy, which is awesome, and because we're working with Weldy, we've been working with Weldy for a long time. This heat gun is fantastic for zero stretch. So I get it down to here. Jemus is doing a good job. I get it to this side here, tack it to the body, and then Jemus is going to pick this up, and I'll continue to zero stretch this upper section to here. And I know it's kind of hard to see. If you're watching on YouTube right now, you can definitely check that out. We got that. Jemus, that's awesome. Cool. So now that Jemus has done that, I'll come back to this side, scooch this out, and I grab my squeegee, grab my application glove, and we'll start to go. So once I have this here, I'm going to come down and grab my heat gun and watch what I do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to kind of lock it in to the main surface area so it doesn't shift. So I take it down to here, and what I'm thinking about is adhesive lines right now. So what I see right now is I see this pocket, and I want to take the material in, and I don't want to work this in stages or let it sit too long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scooch the material in here, carefully pick it up, and I'm going to take the material into the recessed area to there. I see some tension build up to here, so instead of fighting that tension, I'm going to relax it. Do you see what happened? So I saw the tension. Instead of fighting tension, that's because I'm old enough now that I don't like to fight tension if I don't have to. I'm using the memory of the film to wrap the main surface area. So I get this in here first, and if I get bubbles, I can just shift the bubbles up and over. Once this is set here, I'm going to continue to work on this side. So right now, I'm only taking the material to this section right inside here. So I have all this material here. So instead of fighting all this right now, I can cut this away. And I always like to tap it on the car, and then I pick the material up to here. Do you guys see the tension in the film? What I used to do back in the day is I used to take the film and do this. But what I just did is took the tension where? To the outside. But now on the Rapid Suit, what we try to show right now is this. Is I'm going to take the tension away here and hold it with my finger. And now if I take my heat gun and I go super slow, all that tension that was in the film that I talked about earlier, where's that tension going? That tension actually shifted back to the flat area. So while this cools, I can do this. I can take my finger and I can take it into the outside area, which creates instant glass. And then I'm going to hold it here, pick up my squeegee now, and I'm going to squeegee this section here in one nice long squeegee stroke. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm shifting the tension back into that area here, and now here I have a lot of tension down below. So what I like to do is I like to kind of work on sections at one time. So I'm going to carefully pick the film up to here, and you can see how much tension was in the film. A lot, right? So for me, I love tension. I used to hate tension, and now I love tension because it tells me if I see tension before I wrap, I know how to neutralize it. So watch what I do. I'm going to take the material to here, and I'm going to hold the material, and I'm going to lightly heat it to here, and I'm going to shift that tension that's here. I'm going to pull it to the corner nice and low. So I'm shifting it very firmly to the right, and I shift it to here. Does that make sense? So once I do that now, I can hold the material off to here, and I'm going to pull the tension up into this section here, which I call feeding them out. So I pull the material up and over, and I'm feeding all the wrinkles into this area here. So I don't want the wrinkles here, I want them here because I'm going to cut this out. Does that make sense? Okay. So once I have that set, I'm going to scooch over here. And I see all the tension. So one thing we try to teach on the Wrap Institute and everything is the wrinkles are good. Tension's good because it tells you what to do. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to pick the material up a little high, come into here. For those of you who are just showing up right now, I'm working with Federagonis film. This is a great color change film that we just made a lot of videos on. And I'm going to hold the material to here, and instead of fighting that tension, watch what I do. I relax it, and now I can take that tension, I can kind of shift it down and below to get to right to here. So once I get to here, look for my squeegee. I'm going to take the material up, and I'm going to tuck it right into the bottom section right to here. So once I tuck it into here, we're good. And because I'm good here, I can make a relief cut. And that relief cut now enables me to work in sections. So now, this is a very big problem area because it's a big compound curve. So instead of fighting that tension, because Jemus and I did zero stretch, I can do this. I see that the material wants to go this way, so now I know I can pull it this way. When I pull it that way, I get glass. Does it make sense? So I'm always shifting the tension like in the direction it wants to go. This is what we call at the Wrap Institute a pyramid. You guys see that little horizontal wrinkle right now? I know if I pick this up right now to here, I lightly hold it off the surface and I hit it with heat. Let's see what happens. It just relaxes, and then I can take this now and just pull it, hold it off the surface. I wait for it to cool, and then I can just kind of squeegee it down in sections. So now I take it to here, and I see a little bit of tension right there. So you can see that this bumper, because this thing sticks out, it's hard to shift that tension, but as soon as you see tension, I know that I need to get a kiss of heat, and I squeegee away from where the tension was going, and now I have the material down here with no tension. Does it make sense? Okay, so once that's done here, I'm gonna come back to this section here, and what I want you guys to appreciate, for the most part, I'm doing the hardest part first, is I relax the material, so my fingers don't stick on the film. I take it down and low. I take the material around to here, and then I'm constantly picking up the material, and I'm not forcing it onto the car, I'm chillaxing it. So once I get it to here, taking it down and in, right on this front section here, and once I'm to here, I want to take the material up and over. So what I want you guys to appreciate is during the prep phase right now, how much masking tape did Jumis and I put right here? A lot, because I knew in this section right now, because the front lip right now is painted, right now as I try to take the material to the bottom edge right now, it's going to be touching that lip and it's going to make tension on the film. What masking tape does is it takes the tension, or allows the surface energy to be lower, and allows us to kind of take it right to that edge and tuck it in with no tension. So once my focus is here, we're good to go. Notice what I did on the squeegee. It's pretty gross, okay? But what I'm doing is I'm licking my squeegee. The product Triple S is a product we developed with P&S, and we were trying to come up with different names for a while. And one of the names that we thought about was calling it Justin Juice. But that didn't go over very well. So now I'm taking it to here. What I want you to appreciate now is Jumis is kind of doing his thing. And I'm taking the material in here, but watch where I'm doing. Right now I'm taking the material into the middle section. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a relief cut here. And I cut it right in the middle. So notice what I did here is I took it straight down. Because this section here, as much as I'm worried about getting wrinkles here, there's a deep recessed area there. If I take the material right here and I bridge it over this recessed area and push it in, it's going to fail. So notice what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the tension from here, I'm going to feed it up into here, and I'm going to take the material from here and feed it into here. And that's going to make this recessed area much easier. So I'm going to focus on the bottom section first. I'm going to hit heat on the top section where it relaxes the film. I take it back down to here.
What temperature is your gun at?
That's a good question. Someone always asks, like in workshops and on the Rapid Institute, they'll say, hey, how hot you're making your heat gun? I don't know.
For this relaxing part,
yeah,
we are talking about something between 40 and 50 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mean to be cavalier when I say that. I just for me right now, all I'm doing is heating the material enough till it relaxes. Later on, I'll talk about post-heating, and that's when I get very specific with temperature. For me, I'm just looking at the material to relax so it goes in. So now here, watch what I do. I'm going to start here, chillax the material to here, and then I'm going to pull the material this way. Do you guys see this wrinkle here? I want that tension to go here. So I pull and I squeegee this way, if you guys see what I'm doing. So this is a technique I picked up from an installer in Seattle, where if I start at a flat section here and I pull the material this way, notice how many wrinkles I'm starting to get here. I want wrinkles here because as I take it into the recessed area here, it'll stick better. So once I'm to here, I can take it to this section here and I can make a relief cut. Then I can heat the material again, relax it, and I can constantly pull the material into there. Do you see the wrinkles building up? I love that. So if you had told me this years ago that wrinkles are good for this area here, I would have said you're nuts. Wrinkles are always bad. But certain sections you want wrinkles, and it's definitely here. And notice how many relief cuts I'm making so I can take the material right to the edge with no tension. It goes very deep behind here, but luckily with all the relief cuts now, I can take the material in. I'm right to this section here, and we're good. And then here, I'm gonna back the material up to make it more relaxed. So as I do this demo right now, I don't know how much time I'm spending on just this one particular area, but for me, I'm very grateful that I'm sitting on a mat. One thing we try to teach on the Rap Institute right now is taking care of your body and thinking long term. Right now, we could have skipped getting a race mat or even investing in a race mat, and we could have been doing this on the moon floor. And if you do this on the moon floor for 20 minutes, or let's say 20 to 30 minutes a day for the front bumper, and then 20 to 30 minutes a day for the back bumper, that means you're sitting on concrete for an hour a day. I'm not cool about that at all. So for me, I'm always trying to make sure that I have the right tools and the right setup, and then we are good to go. So now that I have the material in, I double check that I'm fully tucked into this bottom section here. So I'm using the hard side of the squeegee. And I know this is kind of hard to see for a demo, but hopefully the cameras are picking it up. I'm tucking it into this bottom section, and now I think I can cut away the excess film right to the base. Once I make this cut here, I can run my finger, and I'm tucking it right into the molding here, making sure it's fed. And notice that GMIS is basically doing the same thing at the same time, because what we've learned as installers is we've learned to do the hardest bits first. And if you do the hardest bits first, then it feels like you're going downhill the rest of the time. If you don't do the hardest bits first, the hardest bits get harder and it's not very good. So GMIS, I'm gonna cut my middle section here, then I'll branch off and do my side. So this is a tuck and cut, so it's very clean, straightforward. I come back and I seal the deal, and we're good. Cool. All right, so there's no tension here, life is good. While I'm on the ground, I might as well finish this area here. I'm gonna come over, double check this is good. And for those of you just showing up right now, this is a color change film from Federgoni. It's a great company based in Italy. Federgoni is actually, you actually touch Federgoni quite a bit. They're actually a large-scale paper manufacturer, and they make a lot of high-end quality paper products for like companies like Louis Vuitton, Chanel. But they've also started making wrapping film, and they make very good wrapping film. As you can see, flows on the car, gets good quality finish, and I come back and seal the deal. So once this is set now, while I'm here, I'm gonna take the material to this section. And earlier what GMIS and I did is we put masking tape right here. And because we put masking tape there, and you'll see a lot of videos on the Rapid Suit of GMIS wrapping. GMIS is an awesome wrapper. We have lots of videos on the Rapid Suit of GMIS wrapping, and right now I'm gonna cut directly on the masking tape. And I cut right to there, and I cut right to here. And because I cut on the masking tape right now, it slides off. And what I can do now is, in this case, I like to take off my application glove. And here I see a little wrinkle. I can take that out. And by making that what's called a relief cut right now, I can take the material underneath this molding and we're good to go. And once that's set here, I'm gonna make another cut right to the front, super small. And this is what we call relief cuts, as I was doing earlier. And I can take it down to here, and now I got full coverage here. And watch what I do here. Because there's a recessed area here, I'm actually gonna start the material here and squeegee up into there, and then I put a little Justin juice on there and flow, and then I take it back down. Do you guys understand what I just did? So by taking the material up to here, I fed it so there's no tension and we're good to go. And now I've worked around this section with no tension. And speaking of tension, what can I do? I can add heat to relax the film, and you see how much tension was in the film? Now it's all gone. If I don't take that tension out, I'm fighting tension. So now I put on this application glove. Federgoni has great application tools. They're made by Yellow Tools. So if you want any Yellow Tools products, definitely go check them out. They're in the booth right behind us. Michael is a good friend of mine, and they make very high quality precision tools. I'm now gonna pick this up and feed it right into this groove right to here. It goes in super deep right to this recessed area right to, it comes up on this upper lip right to there. I can make a relief cut down, and I'm gonna take the material back from this edge to make it easier to tuck inside the gap. So you can see that front bumpers are very nuanced right now. And I'm gonna come inside here, take the material here, press it to here. So I never try to put it on the ground if I can. Now I'm gonna take the material and relax it right to the edge. I got a little wrinkle right there. So now I can pick up the material, tuck it into the groove, and this is a very focused tuck and cut, if you guys can see. So I'm taking the material right into here. I see tension, so I make a relief cut to here. I'm taking it right into here, so I make another relief cut. And then right here, we take it down, and I take it right to that ridge there. So once this is set, I double check that the material is into the recessed area here. I'm focused. GMIS, how are you doing over there? All good? Cool. So are you guys good right now? Cool. Okay. So now that I've made that cut, I'm going to cut to here, cutting right in the groove. And I'm super focused, and I'm just following the edge of the molding. So by tucking the material in and relaxing it ahead of time, I got good flow. Taking it down to this section. I don't force this cut because it's a very awkward section. So I'm coming back and cutting right to here. Again, super high focus. Once it's to here, I flow down to here, double check that it's set up. And then here, this is very important for you newbies right now. Is right now the temptation is to continue the cut, but that means I'm cutting away from myself. Never good to cut away from yourself because the chance of the knife jumping out is very high. So what you always want to do is you want to cut to yourself, carefully pick this away, and then pick this up to here, over, pick this down to here, and just carefully pulling the film because I don't want it to tear. Right there I could see that it was not perfectly cut, so I want to come back and just trim it up so it's clean. So once I do this now, watch what I do. I'm going to immediately come back in and seal the deal. So the material's sealed to the edge. Tuck it to here, and I'm going to squeegee it into this little gap right to here. Then I use the 90-degree corner of this squeegee right now, which comes in very handy for this tight little gap right now. So I take the material and I can tuck it into that tight gap. My knife is still sharp, and because this is a black car, I can kind of cut it clean and mean, as symmetrical as I can. Take this out. And even here, the temptation is to throw that little scrap on the ground, but I always like to just keep it off the car. And then now for this section here, come back and use that 90-degree side of the squeegee again to come back and seal the deal. And then here, because the gap goes in so tight, because it's a black car now, I'm going to actually just kind of do a float cut on the high side, then come down and kind of clean it up right to that edge to there. Pull this up, and I'm not even going to wrap inside that gap, personally. And I think that's totally fine on a black car. So Jemus, what I'd like to do is I'm going to do the side, and then we can come back and do the middle. Is that cool? All right. So now what we got is this. So we got the material on the little fender flare right now. So what I'm going to do now is I picked it up, and I just want to double check that there's no tension on the film. So I relax it down. I take it to here. And again, this is Federgone's color change film, the 1000 series. It's fantastic. And then I'm going to take the material in. Then I pick it up and I'm going to tuck it into the gap once. Then I pick it up again and tuck it in one more time. So we're good. Run my finger to here. And I hope you guys appreciate how many times I'm clicking my blade, making it extra, extra sharp. So I'm going to take the material in. I'm going to round the corner right to this section to here. So once I do that, I come up and get good body position again. I'm going to cut on the bumper side right in the gap, super high focus. As soon as I make that cut, I come back and seal the deal. And then for this section here, I'm going to do, again, another float cut. So I'm cutting right along the top ridge to there. Once I make that cut, I change my body position and I cut straight down on this vertical section. Very clean and mean. Once I make that cut, I pull carefully to this side, pull it down and away, and then come back and seal the deal. You guys good? And then I'd come back and wrap this in a separate section. In fact, I would probably wrap this in 1, 2, 3, personally, because I don't think it's good to wrap that in multiple pieces. And now we get to this top section. And on this top section, do you see these wrinkles? Are they good or bad? They're great. I love wrinkles. Why are wrinkles good? Well, it shows that you're getting wise, right? Getting old. But the idea right now is if I take this material and I pick it up, it's an indication of tension. Do you see how much tension is in the film, right? So instead of fighting that tension, I'm going to take the material up and I'm going to shrink it. So I hold it up and I add heat. And did you see the material just kind of shrink onto the car? I pick it up and I add heat, and then the material goes into here, and it relaxes right to the top edge. So that tension, because I have the techniques that I developed on the Wrap Institute right now, that tension allows me to play with the film. Now what's interesting is I just realized that the knifeless tape came off the top edge right there, so I'm actually going to back it up, because I don't think we need it on a black car. So I'm going to back it up to here, and I noticed that the material was slightly short. No problem, because I can pick it up and smooth it out to there. and I come back and grab my squeegee, take it to the edge, take it down right to here, set the material up on this top section here, and I know later I want to get it set up to this knifeless tape that I laid earlier. So right now I get it right to the ridge where the knifeless tape was, so we're good there. And then I'm going to come back over here, and what do I see again? Tension. Tension's good. So I'm going to pick up the material right to here, and watch what I do. I'm going to hold the material lightly away, and I'm going to come back in and you notice what I'm doing? I'm not pulling, I'm just kind of guiding the material to the surface, and if I guide the material to the surface, it kind of wraps itself, and then I can do stuff like that, and we're good. So that's the beauty of knowing the material, in this case, Federagonis Ultimate 1000, and I get the material there and we're good. You guys understand? So the last thing I want to get to here is this top ridge where I put the knifeless tape. I'm going to add heat to relax the film. I pull it down and in. I step back over here. I take the material right to the knifeless tape that I laid earlier. So I'm setting it right to that ridge. I see that it doesn't quite go inside there. So I'm going to come back in. I'm going to make a very careful relief cut. Can you guys see how far my blade's out? Like just super barely. And the reason why I want to do that is right now, if I have my blade out any farther right now, I'm going to be cutting the headlight. And I don't want to cut out the headlight because obviously the customer's not happy with that. So that's why sometimes I go with a very short blade, because that has to be a very focused cut. And how do I know that? Because I used to go in with a long blade and I cut the headlight. So everything I'm teaching you is from quote unquote, well, experience. And that's good. I'd like to say experience other than mistakes. I don't make mistakes anymore. One thing that we try to teach on the Rap Institute and the other trainings that I do worldwide is I never make mistakes, because what I've learned over time, and that just comes with being on the Rap Institute and having experience right now, is every time I do something that I used to view as a mistake, what I realize now is a spotlight on my process. And if I always focus on my process right now, my rapping gets better. So I don't beat myself up anymore when something goes quote unquote wrong, because when something goes wrong, it tells me how to do it right. So you always have to have a positive mindset, and if you have a positive mindset, life is a beautiful thing. And at the Rap Institute, and hopefully some of you are on the Rap Institute, how positive a mindset do we have? Very. The best job in the world is rapping. Right now, I'm a grown adult sitting in an astronaut suit in front of people, and I'm getting paid very good money to put stickers on cars. It's a good job. I can think of a lot of worse jobs to have than this, right? So my point is right now, rapping, when you get it right, is super fun. And I know Jimas has made a great career of it, has a great life in Brazil, great family. And this is what we try to preach on the Rap Institute. So I'm going to take it to here. I'm going to make my final cut right to here. And then I'm going to carefully pull away the excess film. And as I said earlier right now, this would have had an inlay. So I can pull the film to here. So I intentionally cut the material short so you can see where I would put the piece before. Make sense? Okay. Then the final stage right now is I'm going to cut on the bottom light side. And if this was a white car, I would have kept the knifeless tape. But because it's a black car, I'm totally comfortable right now cutting on the side of the headlight. And notice I'm cutting to myself. I made the right position change. Then I come to the corner here. I round the corner to here. Cut straight down to here, and I'm cutting on the fender side so I get enough material to go in the gap. And then I cut right here on the top ridge to here. Take the material here, and we're good. And before I take it to the edge, I always want to get rid of any tension. So what am I going to do? I'm going to add heat to shrink the film and come back and seal the deal. So everything that I'm showing you right now will be on the Federagoni series that exclusively is on the Rap Institute. So it's a 15-part series that we made on Federagoni's film, both their print film and their color change. And it's an amazing series, and when you're done watching the series and doing the course, you get a badge, which is awesome. So you'd be a certified installer for their online portion. And they have a lot of training in North America for their film, which is awesome. And then the last thing I want to focus on is this area here. Remember earlier how I set that up with tri-line. So again, for this type of cut, super short blade. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off my glove. I'm going to take the film down here. And right now, I'm just going to cut away the film on the side. Thank you, sir. And this is going to make it much easier to take the film into the bottom ridge. And if I had a long blade right now, this would be very bad for Jimas because this is his Turo. And there'd be a giant cut on the front. But because I made this cut with a very short blade, I can pull this away. I can go back to getting my Michael Jackson glove on. And one of the things that, if you've never seen this product, Knifeless Tape. So Knifeless Tape is a great product. It was developed back in 2010 by this guy named Gary. And Gary was a pinstriper, and he developed this product to help with pinstriping, but basically it also is great for wrapping. So what this product does is it helps you not cut on the car, which is cool. So I'm going to get into here. Jimas, do you mind doing that other side now too? But what I've learned to use Knifeless Tape for is to put it on hardware so that you don't have to take hardware off or worried about coming up short. So I'm making my relief cut to here, taking the material into the Knifeless Tape, and notice I made those really nice relief cuts to take the material into the gap, picking the bumper up, material up to here. Austin, what time are we at right now? 29 minutes. Cool. Okay. So once I get up to here now, I think I'm deep enough right now. Jimas, I'm going to continue to take it your side in, if that's cool. Okay, cool. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just taking this into the second string. So this takes time, but I know that if I take time, it's going to have a good payoff. But if I don't take time and I rush it here, it's no good. No bueno. So I got it in here. Feels good. Jimas, let me know when you're in there stress-free. While you do that, I'm going to start cleaning my section up so we can kind of wipe it down and be...
I did already on this side.
Okay, so your side's done?
Yeah.
So Jimas said his side is already cleaned up. I believe him. I want to believe him. And now I'm pulling the masking tape up and over. So you are spending a little money on masking tape, but the payoff right now is it makes the wrapping process so much easier if I put this masking tape here. Because this front lip sticks out like a sore thumb, but you can work around it super easy with a little bit of masking tape and technique. So I'm going to come inside here. This is the last one. Jimas, how you looking? Cool. Okay. So now I'm going to do this. I've set the tri-line up. I know Jimas is waiting over there, so I'm going to bring this in. Hopefully, I got it right to here. Hand it to Jimas. And then this is kind of the art for this type of cut. What I personally like to do is I like to take the middle portion out. I have to wait for Jimas. Sorry, you got a little eager, right? So we're good? Cool. So we've taken the middle part out. I'm gonna throw this Austin's way. And then watch what I do. So right now I'm gonna take the Knifeless Tape and I pull it up and very high. And what this does now is it allows the material to tuck deep inside the gap. So this enables me now, right here, you can see that it's really going in yummy time right to here. I'm actually going to pull it back a little bit. Again, put a little Justin juice on it, and can you guys see how far it's going under right now? So right now, I take it to here, and it just slides right under. Do you see that? So now imagine if this was a white car, how easy would that be? It's awesome. So this is what I'm using Knifeless Tape for, is taking it inside the gap into here. So Jimas, if you focus on this upper lip right here, I'm taking it in, I'll finish this side. This side got a little tight. So I've done this car multiple times. On the bottom section, it slides in, super good. But right here, it goes super tight. So now all I do is I come back and do a focus cut to here, come back to this side, get good body position to here, take this away. And then in this case, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna seal the deal right into this back groove. Seal the deal back into this side, right to here, and take that up. And I'm going to go back and clean this cut up because it's a little loose right on the back side. So I take that up to here, take it back into this corner, and Jimas, how you looking? Cool. So I'd say the final thing I want to do right now is come back and give it a little love with the triple S. So right now we got our handprints over here. So always make sure you wipe off the handprints for the next install. You always want to make it customer ready. Come down here, we're good to go. And then in this case, Jimas, do you feel like you took it past 10% anywhere? Sorry? Did you take it past, did you stretch it too far?
No, this is almost effortless.
Yeah, it's effortless because we use zero stretch. So normally what I would suggest on this is do post heating, where you heat it up to 185 degrees, or in this case around 200 degrees Fahrenheit. But because we use zero stretch and we shrink it on, I don't think we have to post heat, to be honest with you, which saves a lot of what? Time, which is what we're about on the Wrap Institute. So now, okay, if we're doing this real time, or for real, we'd put a piece here. We'd probably wrap this front lip. We'd take the material right to there. And I think we need another half hour on this to finish properly, right? But I don't want to waste your time, right? So you got the flow, but how beautiful is that color? How cool is that install? No adhesive lines, not overwrapping, tucking the material into there. Good stuff. And I think with that, we can say time, right? So for those of you watching, 33 minutes and 19 seconds. So hopefully you got close. And the price for this package, again, big thank you to Federgoni for this right now. This is their ultimate PPF. Plus you get all the benefits of the Wrap Institute, monkey strips, and the yellow tools right now. This has been an awesome demo. It's great to work with GMIS right now. So this is round number 5 of the Never Stop Learning contest today. And we have one more at 4 o'clock, and that'll be with Inozetek. And we're gonna wrap the entire side of this car with dry apply PPF. So if you wanna see dry apply PPF with Inozetek Dynamic, check it out. But in this case, we wanna give a lot of love to Federgoni. Thank you so much. Great company again, based in Italy. If you haven't tried the Demo Depot, get hands-on with the Demo Depot. It's awesome. But at 4 o'clock, dry apply PPF, side of the Mustang, or the Mach-E. Sorry about that. All right, thank you all for watching. Ciao. Hot. So hot. Which camera am I looking in? Which camera? This camera? Okay.
So, fender, rear door, and then this and quarter panel, right?
Yeah, we could do fender first and then rear door and just glass it out. Let's do that. And then I got my glove here. We're good? Okay. Are you ready to go? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to mic it up. Mic it up. Check 1, 2. You good? Can you hear me? Hi. Can you guys hear me? Good. Awesome. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Pate from the Rap Institute, and this is the last Never Stop Learning contest for day 1. And this is a really special one. This is one of my favorite types of installs. This is going to be with dry apply PPF. And I think dry apply PPF, I've been waiting for years for this to come into the industry. And there's some leading companies who are doing it. And the leading company right now is Inozetek. They make awesome dry apply PPF. We're joined by Jose. Jose, say hi.
How's it going, guys?
So Jose is the lead trainer based in Los Angeles, California. Awesome trainer and awesome installer. And he really knows their product inside and out. This is a unique product. Inozetek really made a splash a few years ago with what's called super gloss film. That's a PVC calendar film, and they're very good at social media. And then about a year and a half ago, you guys came out with the Dynamic, right? And the Dynamic is their dry apply PPF, and this is awesome. So what's the warranty for the super gloss?
I mean, warranty is probably about 7 years is what we say, yeah.
But super gloss doesn't hold up nearly as well as the Dynamic.
No. So Dynamic would be 7.
Dynamic is 7?
Yeah.
And super gloss is?
Oscar. Probably around, I want to say 2 years.
2 years. So the super gloss is super glossy, but it only lasts 2 years. And in California, on the roof and the hood, maybe not that long. This Dynamic, 7 years. Awesome. And it's scratch resistant, hydrophobic, goes on really good. So it's a slightly different jam, but once you dial in the jam, it's really fun. This particular material is very flexible. The room temperature, you don't need a lot of heat.
Thank you.
Even though it's thick, they're almost 8 mil thick. Sometimes it varies between 7.8 and then also 8.2. So it is thick but flexible, which is nice. We are going to be using, if you guys can see, we got carbon blades here. This material is super thick and has sometimes metallics. It eats up blades, and you always want carbon. You want it a little sharper. So that's something to think about with this. With that, I think we're good to go. Jemus, you're good? Okay, cool. So this is part of the Never Stop Learning contest. Hopefully you already know how the deal goes. All of you, I highly recommend going to the Rap Institute YouTube channel right now, right? And in the comments, you need to guess how long you think it's going to take Jose and I to wrap the side of this car. So keep in mind what we're wrapping is we're not wrapping the fender flares, we're not wrapping the rocker panel, we're not wrapping the mirror, we're not wrapping this fender flare, and in this case, I'm not even going to cut out the gas cap. So normally I would actually take off the gas cap and wrap it separate, but I don't want to show that. So we're going to bridge it across here, and we're not going to cut it out. So that I'm just trying to give you an idea of time, right? We've already pre-cut the panels. Jose prepped this surface, we cleaned it really good, and then he actually did a kind of a wipe on the main surface with a thick kind of coating of baby shampoo and water, just to kind of make the material slide a little easier and then degrease the outside edges. So he's lowering the surface energy a little bit, so that's a flow. So again, we pre-cut the panels. We're going to wrap together what's called yo-yo time. We're going to wrap the front fender and the back door at the same time. We're going to skin it. I'll wrap the front fender, you'll wrap the back door. Hopefully we're done at the same time. And then we're going to do the front door and then the back fender and go with the flow. Is that cool? All right, so hopefully, again, go to the YouTube channel and put in your guess right now, because the prize for this one is a roll of their Inozetek clear PPF, right? And that's worth $995. And then on top of that, you get a 1-year platinum membership of the Rap Institute worth $279. You get $100 gift certificate for banana buffers and monkey strips, and you get a $100 gift pack from Yellow Tools. All of that is worth $1,474. And all you have to do is go to the YouTube channel and say X amount of minutes. I'll let you guess, right? So that's the deal. Super easy. It's really informational right now. I think we're just going to have a good time and flow. So does anybody have any questions about the material? And again, this is a Inozetek Dynamic PPF. Dry apply. It's going to be super fun, and we already get it ready to rock and roll. He's got the flow. He's got his game face on. I got my spacesuit on, and I think that's pretty cool. Jemus, are you good? Jemus is just going to wave and just hang out. No, you can just do your thing. All right. Austin's our lovely assistant in terms of time. Does everyone have to guess it? right, you got 5 seconds to get your guess in. Do it quick, because once we do the time, you can't guess any after that. Don't guess at the very end. Okay. Okay, we got 5, 4, 3, and 2, and 1. Let's get it. Awesome. So this material, as I mentioned, this is a dry apply PPF film, polyurethane, 100%. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to pick it up, make sure we have enough material top to bottom, pull it nice and tight onto the surface, and then bring it down to here. And then actually we're going to pull it down here, just kind of snap it. We like to create that horizontal wrinkle to there. And I personally like to snap it to there to create the glass. And then here, I'm just going to pick it up. If you can grab it on the side, pick it up to there, and just pull, flow it on to create that glass. And then we'll do the same thing here. I just like, personally, I like to glass it completely on. Just lock it to there, pull it to here, and you can see how yummy and stretchy this is. And we can just glass it to there for now. Glass it to here and lock it on, and then just get it to the main surface. So this, for me, when you always think about PPF, you think PPF is kind of hard to get it on the main surface area, but I want you to appreciate, I've worked with a lot of different PPFs out there, and I know Michael, who's one of the owners, Michael and Greg, when they first did the product video for this, I'm like, this material is absolutely amazing because it goes on that quick. You guys appreciate that. Pretty darn cool. And now we got the back fender. Where's the back fender piece? Inozetek. And I highly recommend pre-cutting your pieces ahead of time. Pretty cool. If you pre-cut your pieces, it just makes it flow and go.
Front door.
Now keep in mind that this material is directional. So what that means is it has to go in the same direction as you cut it off the roll. Now keep in mind with this material right now, this material doesn't have a logo on the liner. So what I saw these guys doing as they're prepping it, I think that is what?
There's extra film. Yeah.
Extra film? Is the back fender back here or what
It
is
should be right here. Yeah.
Cool.
The wrong one. Don't say rear door.
Oh, yeah.
Rear door. Rear door.
Switch. So this material, what they did is on the liner right now, what they did is they marked it where the top of the panel was and where the bottom of the panel was. So you see this has a PET liner.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is we're going to, if you grab the bottom too, I like to pull it really tight. And we're going to make sure that we have enough. And cool. So once we do this now, I think we're going to lock it onto here. And I'm going to pull it back down to here. And then what I like to do is I like to beast it down to the bottom. So even this wrinkle here, with PVC foam, it bothered me, but now we can actually, I'm going to take it right to the body line, to there, and then we can pull it straight out. Cool. So then we do that. And then are you good on your side?
Yeah.
Cool. So how easy was that? I mean, this stuff just breathes onto the car. Pretty cool. So I'm going to, actually my blade's brand new, so I'm good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tuck the material into this gap. And then I want you, even out of the corner of my eye, I can see how fast Jose is squeezing right now, which is very, very fast. And that's the beauty of this material is, once you get the flow, the air egress feature is very nice, and it just breathes onto the car. And then here, I'm just picking it up, cutting it down here. And the reason why I did that cut is it makes it much easier for me to guide the film into this gap. And then once I have it in this gap, I've worked on this car many times before, then I know I can take my knife right into the groove. And this is why I like to wrap the fender separate, because this gap is super, super, super tight. So by wrapping it here, taking it up to here, and then I can tuck it in once, then I tuck it in twice, we're good to go. And then I come back down here, run my finger, and notice how much time or how much masking tape they put on this fender right now and around the area to get it set up. So for me, I get it set up to here. This is very thick film, as I mentioned. So I'm going to cut it on the upper corner. And I scooch down here. And I'm cutting on the door side. And the reason why I'm cutting on the door side is I want this material to wrap around. So what's very important to think about this material is you do want it to wrap around edges by about almost a 1/4 inch. Because if you don't let it wrap around, because of the thickness of the film, what it will do is it'll cause it to kind of lift on the edges. So with dry apply PPF, due to the thickness and the nature of PU film, It's very important to get that wraparound. So here I'm cutting on the opposite side. Super focused. Cutting along that top ridge. Getting it right to that top section on the hood. And this is going to allow it to jump inside here. So I get that cut to here. Pull away the excess film. Then I run my finger here, and normally what I would do is I would cut this section. But what I'd like to do, because of the thickness of the PPF, is I actually bridge it across onto the bumper, personally. And what I'd like to do is, by cutting on the opposite side, it allows the material to kind of just relax into the gap for full coverage. Because if I take it into the gap due to the thickness, it will be too much material. So I throw it towards the trash can. As long as I throw it towards the trash can, that's fine. Right? So now I'm going to take my heat gun, and sometimes I like to use a butane torch, because I think a butane torch with PPF is better on forming the corners. But I'm going to give it a tremendous amount of heat and take the material down. And if I give it a tremendous amount of heat, the PU kind of almost melts. And I'll let you guys look at the corner at the very end. But what I'm doing is I'm adding the heat, and this heat is not necessarily shrinking the film. What it's doing is activating the adhesive. You can see by taking the material and kind of pulling it, stretching it out, it kind of forms in place. And then I run my finger to here. And how are you looking, Jose?
Good. Almost last cut.
Okay, so I got just to finish and seal the deal here. So we're working at a nice pace. I've always wanted to work with Jose and wrap a car, so I'm very excited to wrap with him and get this set up. Do you mind opening the front door a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a button right on the handle on the thing.
Yeah.
So right now, the reason why that I asked him to do that is, now, do you see how I can breathe the material around this section? So by cutting on the door side, and then forming the material around, it allows me to work the material back here, work the corners, and notice that I'm doing, normally with PVC film, I like to do my corners first, but I found with dry apply, I like to do my corners last. Then I go over here, double check for bubbles, we're good, and cool. All right, so Jose, I'm good if you're good.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so you guys understand what time are we at right now? What time are we at, Nelson? 7:45? 7:25. So far we've done the back door and the front fender in 7 minutes. I don't know about you guys, but what's cool about dry apply PPF is you can charge double for install, but my install time with Dynamic actually goes down. I'll take that. It's cool. All right, so are you good, sir?
Here it is.
Oh, and we got to do the back door here, so we'll get this closed right now. Cool. And then why don't we skin this side?
Yeah.
Oh, you need to open it. Let's do that.
Yeah.
So as he does this right now, keep in mind that with Dynamic from Inozetek right now, how many colors and finishes do you guys have?
How many what, sorry?
How many colors and finishes do you have of this right now?
We have a bunch. How much is this? 60? Over 60, yeah.
Over 60. So you have gloss, right?
Yeah, with gloss, and then like the Frozen series.
Frozen series is really good. I love the Frozen series. We actually, the Rapid Suit was lucky enough to do the product video for Inozetek Dry Apply PPF. And we did what was the red one called? It's the Blood
Red?
Blood Red. That is awesome, right? The Blood Red, I love the name, kind of, sort of, right? But it's a good name. Notice what he's doing right now, okay? Because of the thickness of the film, Jose's kind of rounding the corners a little bit, kind of fine tuning that. He's wrapping around the edges, not cold cutting. If you watched the demonstrations earlier, I cut flush to the edges. That's because I was working with a cast film that's much thinner. This film is a little thicker, so this film you have to wrap around the edges, but not the corners. The corners you want to kind of flush and wrap around, neutralize them by about 1/8 of an inch on the side, but on the back side you want to wrap around 1/4 inch. It's a different jam with Dynamic. So once that's set now, I'm actually going to start cleaning up my side while we get it to here. So I think this is good, and I just love this metallic film. It looks beautiful. It's awesome. So lots of masking tape here, but this masking tape is our buddy because it really enables me to work the material into that gap. Nice and flowy, nice call. And then we're good. So what we're going to do here is I just see that bumped up a little bit right here. So there's a little bit of oil from the hands. So I do that, get that off to here, double check it. We got the flow.
Thank you.
And how are we looking, sir?
That's good.
All right, do you want to do front door?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we got the front door ready to go. This is again dynamic. PPF.
This is the other scrap.
That's the extra.
It's right here. Yeah.
Jeebus has got that here. We got this coming up. And what's nice about pulling this material is if it wrinkles, it's cool. In this case right now, it doesn't scratch because it's really nice that way. We got the flow. I'm going to pull the liner. And this one, because the mirror's on the body, what I like to do is grab it here and let it fold over the top. Very good. Make sure you have enough at the bottom. Are you good?
I'm good. You good?
Cool. Then we'll pull nice and tight. So we tack it on the body line to here. And then I think right here, why don't we pull it down nice and tight? Not too tight though, just enough because we have this recessed area here. And then how would you approach this? Would you do the palm technique or would
The palm technique,
Okay,
yeah.
let's check it out. So the palm technique right now is really good because this is a moderate recessed area here right now. So what Jose is going to do is he's going to kind of pick the material up, tuck it into the bottom edge right there. But this recessed area is pretty mellow. So what he's going to do now is he's going to squeegee it, set it up on the high side. He works it around the emblem. Normally we take off that emblem just so we're clear, but this is a Turo, so we didn't want to take it off. Squeegees it on here. And because this has a low surface energy, has a matte finish right now, we can work it onto here, and look how conformable this dry apply PPF is. He now just takes his fist, bumps it in, holds it to the surface right now, and then squeegees it flat. Do you guys understand? No heat gun. Why is that cool? Time. Right? This is really, really awesome. So once that's set, I can help Jose here. Why don't we pull it back at the top?
Yeah.
And then we'll just tuck it in. So we'll pick it up to here. So if you take that side down, I'll do this side if we can do it together. So we'll just kind of do this up. So we'll take it to here, and we can just flow. And unfortunately, for this week, Michael, one of the owners of Inozetek, had to be in China. But he's one of my favorite people in the industry because he's a really good student of the wrap industry, and he's really passionate about wrapping. And what I love about him is just they've really developed this product in a very smart way. Plus, they're very good at marketing. Marketing is huge today, especially when it comes to marketing your wrapping material. So he's a passionate installer, runs a great shop in Los Angeles. And again, I wish they were here for this show, but so be it. And now down to here, I run my finger to here, get it set up. And then what I'm going to do is, you could just hear that Jose, he just clicked his blade. So that I know that I need to click my blade, so it goes inside here. So now I'm ready to cut. What do you think?
Yeah, it's good.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm going to cut on the high side here because I know this rubber gasket moves. So I hold it off the surface. It doesn't have to be a perfect cut because it's going behind the rubber. So I can pick this rubber up to here, and I'm actually going to cut a little bit under here. So I'm going to cut it back a little bit. So I'm cutting super light so I don't cut the rubber. Pull the material away. And what I appreciate is Jose's doing the hard part right now, cutting below the mirror. Notice how I tuck the material right below the rubber right there. And I'm going to cut on the high side here. Super light. And one thing we try to teach, hopefully, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to play the claw machine, but the claw machine at the Wrap Institute, we created something called the Bing Bing plate. And what's cool about the Bing Bing plate is we teach you how to cut directly on the surface without cutting the card. Now, why that's a valuable skill is exactly what I'm doing right now. So what I'm doing right now is I'm cutting lightly on the rubber of the base of the mirror, but I'm not cutting directly on the car. And what that enables me to do now is to take the material under here. I'm actually going to then tuck it under here. I know this is kind of hard to see on camera, but I'm going to take it right to the base to here. Immediately come back and seal the deal. And swing it back onto this side. Tuck it back into this corner to here. Make sure the material comes up. And this does take time. I get it. But what we try to do on the Wrap Institute is what we call doing the black and white. And what that means right now is I like to add up the time it takes to, let's say, take off the mirror versus work around the mirror. And for me personally, what I found is, let me go to this vertical first, I'll cut around the corner, is I found that if I do the timing right, if you master the art of working around a mirror without taking it off, it saves a huge amount of time. So I'm going to come inside here, I'm going to trim it off to the top section here, nice and clean. So I cut it on the high side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my finger. And what Jose did at the bottom right there was what was called a tuck and cut. And so he tucked it into the gap. And then here, I see that little corner because it's thick. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load this with heat. and that shrinks the material right to the corner. It's really amazing how this material just really reacts really nice to heat. Then once I do that, I form it into the body line. Then I take it up. I'm going to come inside here. Jose, how are you doing over there?
Good. Last cut.
Awesome. I don't hear any screaming or crying, which is a good sign. Because again, Jose is super professional. You teach a lot of workshops, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So he's one of their, as I said, he's their main trainer and goes to dealerships. He goes to a lot of the main companies who install with Inozetek. So if you're interested, he's going to be your trainer, which is great. So I'm getting everything done. This has nice flow. Tuck it into the base section here. And we're going. So now we just did the front door. Austin, how much time? Okay, so now we just got the back fender, and I think the back fender is going to go super fast. So come back and seal the deal. And the last thing you have to do is take the material here, and I always just like to clean it up. Why don't we take the material around, then I'll seal this top section here. Cool. Got that there. And then did you cut this?
Oh yes, it's already cut.
So do you guys see the excess material here, right? So right now we want to make sure that wraps around super smooth. So even though this is PU, I do like to add heat. This is not shrinking the film, it's kind of activating the polyurethane. Once that's to here, I kind of take it a bit more. Work this in stages.
We could get help to
Then I
peel
add
this.
a lot of heat at the top.
We're gonna do full cowboy, like full
Wrap it
everything.
around the backside.
Yeah.
So that's
peel
smooth.
the back in.
And then down here, more heat. More heat on the bottom corner. Because I really want to take my time right at these key sections, because if I take them in and they go in super smooth with no wrinkles,
Can you help me
not only do they
roll
look
this
good,
up, please? Roll it up.
Awesome. Really cool. I used to get tons of wrinkles back there. Now I just have a different flow. So once we have this set up now, once we're getting, notice where they're getting the panel ready,
Yeah.
we just always come back and double check to wipe it down. So we're good. How are you guys feeling?
Good, good.
Cool. Awesome to have a helper right now. Once we got that set up, we're good.
Are we unrolling it now?
Yeah. Roll everything, no? Once
So
all
watch
once.
what we do. In this case right now, we're going to roll the liner right to here. And Austin, if you hold it right to there, I'm actually going to cut it, right? Then I'm going to hand it back to there. And the reason why we did this right now is what I'd like to do is we're going to get it to here. We're going to hold it off the surface and get it in position just where it needs to go. There. Perfect. How's that looking?
Good.
Cool. So what I can do now is this. Watch. I'm going to take the magnets to here, and I'm going to take one magnet inside here, and that holds it off the surface. Do you guys understand? So we keep the liner on here, and now we can play. So are you comfortable here?
Yes. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Okay. So what I like to do is you squeegee to here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now what we can do is we can work together. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to release the liner. What I want you to appreciate though right now is this, before I go too crazy. So check this out. So when they cut the material down, notice they cut straight. The reason why they cut straight is that gives you extra material when you're cutting the sections on the bottom, so you don't waste material. But that means that we're obviously not reaching the A-pillar. But because this is thin, watch what we can do. So I can take the liner to here, I'm going to hold it to here, and then we're going to glass it.
Okay.
So we get it to here, we pull down. Pull down. And what we're doing right now is I'm starting to kind of curve it towards the front. So I can take the liner off and we can actually bring it down, curve it, and then Austin's going to pull because he's awesome. And then we're going to curve it a little bit more right to there. And awesome. How easy was that? Right? So once that's set, I can lock this into position. And then we just simply just pick it up and snap it. Awesome. So then I'm going to squeeze it up to here. And I'm telling you, if you would have told me that dry apply PPF was this easy, I would have told you you're nuts. Because I never thought wrapping dry apply PPF would be this easy. And then once we're here, actually let's pick it up and just pull like a maniac. We're good. And then we just blast it out to here. Lock it into here so it doesn't move. And then Jose's already got his glove on, which tells me he can do the palm technique, which is really nice. So he's got that set up. Do you mind if I start finishing up here?
Not good.
Cool. So he has a squeegee in his mouth, so all he said was, and that's enough for me. That meant yes, right? So again, appreciate this. Click my blade. So click it one more time so it's nice and straight. So once that's set, what I can do here is this has a soft rubber gasket. Normally I would take this out, but for today I'm going to leave it in, and I'm just going to cut on the high side, straight across to here, cut up and over, and that enables me now to pick this rubber up and tuck it behind, so I actually don't even have to take it out. Make sense? So if I cut on the opposite side, pick it up, tuck it under, it doesn't even have to be a perfect cut. Well, for me that's a perfect cut because I didn't overwrap. So now I'm going to take the material right to the glass. I run my finger top to bottom, get the nice flow, extend my blade so it cuts, and I'm cutting right alongside the glass, super focused, all the way to the top, right to there. I run my finger in, pick up the rubber, tuck it behind the front section there, and then just come in and tuck it right to the gap. Awesome. Then I'm going to come inside here, bridge the material over the gap, and I know right inside here there's a soft rubber gasket, so I'm going to make sure that I cut super light. And oftentimes in PPF when you're cutting it, it makes a kind of a, can you guys hear that? That little screaming noise? And I like that screaming noise because it means that I'm just not cutting too deep, I'm kind of just like scoring the film. And I really like that because it just kind of flows all the way down, and I'm just cutting nice and clean. Once I go to here, I don't want to get in Jose's way. I pull the material up and over, carefully pull this away here. And what I hope you appreciate if you watch the Never Stop Learning contest all day is notice that, I know I have a lovely assistant with Austin, but the biggest thing is right now is I'm never really throwing no scraps on the floor. At the Rap Institute, we're big fans of your workspace reflects your wrap. So the cleaner you keep your workspace, the better your wraps are. And it's just one thing that I've just found that it's just made me a better installer. I'm always thinking about my trash. I'm thinking about my presentation, like how I look, how I flow in the car. And speaking of flow, now I run my finger all the way to here. I cut the material deep inside the A-pillar, which allows me to snap the material back to there. So once I take the material to here, I can bridge it. And this is a very focused cut because the material is bridging in the gap. So I make sure that I get good body position. I change my body position so I come down nice and low. And what I want you guys to appreciate is I'm cutting right alongside the top of the rubber. And notice what my index finger is doing is it's kind of leading. And what it's leading to, I'm doing is I'm kind of setting the material up on the edge, but I'm also just feeling if the edge shifts. Because if the edge shifts, I kind of anticipate where it's coming, and I get that good flow. And I come down to here, I slow it down, then I angle this back. And I know that right now Jose's working where? Jose's working on the back. So I know that I can open this and not screw him up. So now I can take the material inside here, run my finger from top to bottom, and we're good. So if I open the back door right now, I would screw Jose up. Don't want to do that because we're working as a team right now. And I don't know about you guys, but for color change, dry apply PPF right now, I talked a little bit earlier about money. And I think you can charge very good money right now for color change, dry apply PPF. So we got that set up here. Where do you want to finish, Jose?
Just like the...
If you do the back light, I'll do this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. So we're just kind of communicating, getting a flow. But right now, I don't know time-wise, Austin, how are we looking?
23:34.
23:34, and we've almost done the entire side of a car. So, you're sweet like that. I thought you were giving me a high five.
Oh yeah, high five.
So I run the finger down to there. All right, I know that when we open this hatchback, the material's going to be dropping in that back section here. So right now I'm just doing a float cut. So what I want you guys to appreciate right now is a lot of people associate PPF with not working very fast, taking your time, but with an Inozetek dry apply PPF, and we at the Rap Institute have worked with a lot of dry apply PPF. I don't know of a faster dry apply PPF install than this. This is just flowing and going. It's very satisfying to install. It just breathes at room temperature. And I'm not saying that because Inozetek is a sponsor. I was very happy that Inozetek sponsored this event because I was just really happy to showcase how fast and easy their dry apply PPF is once you get it dialed. And of course I know that we're wrapping a black car, and that definitely helps. But I'm telling you, once you get the hang of dry apply PPF, it just flows right onto the car, and we're getting that good workflow. And now that this is done, I double check that the cuts are made. I can open this up and I can seal the deal. Thank you, Austin. I come in and seal it all the way into the side, shut it up, and then while we're here, I'm going to open this back section and we're almost done.
Yeah, it's done.
So what's cool about
done,
also
yeah.
dry apply PPF, we talk a lot about finishing with the Wrap Institute and finishing strong. Normally with PVC film, you have to post heat. But keep in mind right now that with dry apply PPF, you don't have to post heat. If you kind of shrink the film, right now, the material just kind of goes where it wants to go. It sits, no wrinkles on the body line, it flows. And because there's no post heating, you save a lot of time at the end of an install. So come inside here, double checking. Can we do the hatchback one more time? So I want to make sure we get this top section. Yes, please. So I'm going to add some heat to this upper corner. Going to round it on the top side, and I think we're good. Cool. I'm going to shut the door. Now we're just going to pull off the masking tape, and we're going to give it a quick wipe down with triple X. I think we're good. So for those of you, for those of you watching, be sure to enter the Demo Depot tomorrow. In the Demo Depot, Jose is going to be there all day, and he's going to be giving hands-on training with the dry apply dynamic PPF. And for me, this is just a very unique, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get free hands-on training with Jose. Try out their film, and it is free. And what I like about the wipe down is I'm double checking for bubbles. I wipe that off, and we get the final wipe down here. Cool. And it's all free in the Demo Depot thanks to our sponsors. And I know those of you who are looking at the time, and you guessed, I hope I'm not bumming you out, but right now, that would be time. 26:36 was the winning time for the dynamic dry apply PPF, thanks to Jose doing his thing. We didn't talk much because we didn't have to, because we're all flowing and going. He's a great installer, I'm okay, right? And the idea right now is we're just flowing on the car, getting it done, buttoned up, and good to go, all right? So hopefully this gives you an idea of what dynamic dry apply PPF from Inozetek does. It is awesome stuff, absolutely amazing. And what's cool about it, can't scratch it, self-heals at room temperature, warranty is 7 years or 8 years?
So 10.
10-year warranty. 10-year warranty, doesn't scratch, self-heals, hydrophobic coating. How cool is that, right? And we're talking 20, 30 minutes per side. Rock and roll, pretty awesome, right? So big thank you to Inozetek for being a sponsor this year and you guys being part of the Demo Depot, it's awesome. Thank you all for watching, you guys are amazing. To come back tomorrow, day 2, Never Stop Learning Contest. We have 6 demos a day. Again, we have $35,000 worth of prizes. We have the claw machine, we have the Demo Depot. This is a learning experience like no other. Awesome. You guys have a great rest of the night, and thank you for you being a sponsor, and thank you for the team. You guys are awesome. Have a good night. Ciao.
¿Cuál? ¿Este?
Esto ya no se quita.
No, ya no.
Hay unos que tiene que estarlo quitando cada tanto tiempo. Esto ya se queda ahí, ya se puede quedar todo el tiempo que quiera.
Ya, lo único que obvio, como los trims, nosotros los quitamos y metemos material extra, es todo.
Una pregunta, ¿ustedes mandan samples de colores?
Sí, también. Vamos a mandar samples de colores.
For Avery, I still teach